Kongversation.
Or maybe I'm the new voice of Mario, and I recorded my lines when I was in a fugue state. It's me, the new voice of your favorite caricature. Oh, wow, there's no other explanation.
Hello and welcome to the Kongversation. I'm Hyle Russell.
And I'm Dustin Jackson.
Yeah, Dustin, you are in the backseat of my cart for this episode because, woo, it's the week of Thanksgiving here in the U.S., the week that traditionally marks the beginning of the holiday season, at least as far as retail shopping goes. And historically, this is the week that has seen some of the biggest releases related to the Donkey Kong universe. So it's a week that always has grand significance for the nostalgia center of my brain. It's also my birthday week, but that's, just a cosmic coincidence. But yes, it's just the week where we got Donkey Kong Country, Donkey Kong Country 3, Diddy Kong Racing, Donkey Kong 64, Donkey Kong Country Returns, etc. So we hope...
What are the odds that your birthday would land on that exact week?
Yeah, I know. It's because my parents bought me on a Black Friday deal.
I hope they got a good price for you.
They did. All the other kids were trampled. I was the only one left. But
you earned it.
Yeah. I survival of the fittest, baby. We hope that all of you are having a good week, no matter where in the world you are, and no matter what you are celebrating or about to celebrate. And I know the holidays are hard. I know that. I've been there. The holidays are hard for a lot of people. And given that, everything that's happening in the world right now, plus, just your personal life, you might not be in the mood for the holiday season. You don't want me talking about it. I get it. You're already feeling anxious and depressed about the month to come. But, I think it's important to try to ignore the societal and commercial pressures to have, that most magical, perfect holiday season that ever was. Everybody's like, oh, I've got to make the absolute most of the holiday season. It's got to be something from like Norman Rockwell. It's got to be just absolutely perfect. And, that's a bunch of crap. Nobody's going to have a Lexus and a big red bow on their front lawn like the TV ads tell
Right.
you. Sometimes it's as simple as taking a moment for yourself. A little quiet moment, being appreciative of the simple pleasures in life. Simple pleasures like the Donkey Kong universe. So I hope you can recharge your batteries when you can. And I hope that DK Vine and the Kongversation can be a part of that. I hope we can help spread some cheer your way in the month to come. Are you ready for the holidays, Dustin?
Oh, I'm so ready for the holidays. I haven't started getting anything for anybody.
Yeah. It's for me, like, I'm always thinking like, oh, have to commission the DK Vine holiday card. Have to have them printed. Have to mail them out. And this year I have to get out over 100. So my hands.
That's a lot. That's not a small number of cards.
That's a healthy chunk of holiday right there.
Ooh.
So my hands will be cramping for sure. But this year, Dustin, Donkey Kong fandom, we're high on Diddy and Funky Kong being added to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And, 20 years ago, we were also enthusiastically welcoming Diddy Kong's edition to a Mario Kart game for the very first time. It was the first time he had been playable in a Mario Kart game was 20 years ago, because Mario Kart Double Dash, ! Was developed by Nintendo EAD and released for the Nintendo GameCube in Japan on November 7th, 2003. And this was followed by releases in Europe a week later on the 14th. The Americas had to wait out the weekend. It went on sale then Monday the 17th, actually 1 week after Mario Party 5 was released. So Australia and New Zealand then got it 2 days after that. Speaking of Mario Party 5 really quick, because I feel like this is germane to the discussion. My headcanon for why Donkey Kong stepped down as an active participant in Mario Party 5, because he was only operating as an NPC on the game boards, sort of this heroic counterpart to Bowser.
Right.
My headcanon, because they never explained in the game, like, Donkey Kong, why aren't you participating? Donkey Kong, why are you just kind of being here in a support role? Well, my headcanon is that because Mario Party 5 happened a week before Double Dash, Donkey Kong was deep in training for Mario Kart and didn't want to expend any physical or mental energy on participating in another life-size board game, because that takes a lot out of you, Dustin.
I can't do this party shit.
You get flattened by giant mallets and what have you, and he's just like, I'm in training for Mario Kart. Diddy and I are in training for Mario Kart. I cannot do this. And you want me to do this because some chaos is happening in the Dream Depot? No thanks. But Donkey Kong's a good guy. He's a good guy. He tries to help out where he can. So he agreed to serve as that heroic counterpart to Bowser on the game boards. He was like, that's as much as I'm willing to do, but I will do that much. So that's my headcanon, Dustin.
I love that. I guess there really is nothing saying that it wasn't voluntary on DK's part.
Yeah.
So I think that's a great way to look at it.
Before we get into it, want to give a shout out to our live stream. We live stream most Kongversations for our $5 and up patrons at dkline.com/Patreon. We have Freezer in there. She's been a regular as of late. She says this was the
What up, Freezer?
This was the first GameCube game, or GCN game, as all of the elite know-it-alls call it, including me. She says it was the first GCN game I ever played. Played it at a store kiosk. I'll have a store kiosk story coming up. Ray Pinball, the pinball champion of the community, world champion. Look it up. Dominates the pinball tables. Says, oops, I forgot to call in, but all I would say is Double Dash is my favorite Mario Kart game. And I said all of that about pinball, and I would think it'd be Mario Kart DS, since that had Waluigi Pinball as a track.
I'm all thrown off now.
Don't know what to say, but welcome. I'll be checking in with the live stream when I can. Double Dash is a divisive game. People either seem to really, really love it, or they seem to really, really hate it. And there doesn't seem to be much in the middle. And I know people are tuning in and they're expecting, based on my past statements, that I'm just going to tear into Double Dash. I'm not going to do that. Partially because I don't feel as strongly as I once did, and I'll explain why. But also because I do see a lot of good in this game. Just because it's not my favorite Mario Kart game doesn't mean I won't be singing its praises where applicable. I will be bringing up what people have problems with for sure, but this is not just going to be the Kongversation bashes Double Dash for 2+ hours. This is going to be nuanced, and it's going to be weighing everything sort of on the scales, and I hope you can appreciate it. Even if you are this game's biggest fan, I hope that you will enjoy our take on it. And if you were tuning in expecting us to just tear it a new one, I'm sorry about that as well. We're not going to do that. It's going to be a little bit more laid back than you were expecting. As part of my, you know, my ethos is to never really tear down a game unless it absolutely is garbage. And Double Dash is certainly not garbage. Double Dash is a fine game for what it sets out to do. Now, what it sets out to do may not be what you expected it to do. Therein lies the problem, but we'll get into that. Now, it was a foregone conclusion that there would be a Mario Kart on the console following the Nintendo 64. I often lambast Nintendo fans, diehards, for looking for patterns where there might not necessarily be a pattern, right? Like, oh, this has been done once, so this is always the way it's going to be. But I think at that point it was safe to say, yeah, we're gonna get a new Mario Kart every console. Of course, that hasn't panned out on the Switch necessarily, but nobody could have predicted a wet fart like the Wii U, or at least the rollout of the Wii U. So, the Wii U had great games. It was just, presented
some things just didn't work out.
It was basically presented in a dumpster, and people were like, here you go. What? All right.
Thanks.
It was a conclusion, though, that we were going to get a new Mario Kart game relatively early in the life of said console. I think we were predicting it maybe earlier than 2 years in, but I have to say, though, looking back at that time, and I'm speaking from a hardcore Donkey Kong fanatics perspective, okay? This is definitely not the mainstream vibe in 2001, 2002, etc. From a hardcore Donkey Kong fan's eyes, the hype towards Mario Kart for the GameCube was initially muted. And just severely, like volume all the way down, monitor dimmed. The big factor that wouldn't have otherwise affected the broader Nintendo community, which would have been hyped about this. And again, I can only speak from my perspective and the perspective from the DK Vine brain trust at the time.
Right.
On the N64 in 1997, I would say from early 1997 to around late September or early October of that year, I remember speculating wildly about what the next Mario Kart game would entail. And this was discounting any potential handheld versions, because up until that point, we hadn't had any, so we didn't necessarily know that something like Super Circuit would be on the horizon. But like, what would the next Mario Kart game look like? Would they ever put Diddy Kong in it? I was hopeful that maybe they would pull in other Mario characters that had been left by the wayside over the years, like Wart from Super Mario Bros. 2, or Tatonga from Super Mario Land, or Daisy from Super Mario Land. Could you imagine Daisy in a Mario Kart game, Dustin?
Oh, never in a million years.
That would be so wild. It would be such a deep pull.
It'd be crazy.
So, yeah, like Mario Kart 64 was definitely the game that was spending the most time in my N64 for the duration of 1997, and therefore had a lot of daydreaming involved as far as what would come next. But then Rare and Nintendo had to go and announce Diddy Kong Racing, and Mario Kart 64 sort of became this weird outlier rather than the nucleus of DKU Racing. So now all of that daydreaming was going into Diddy Kong Racing sequel or Diddy Kong Racing spin-offs. And I remember wanting another Mario Kart with Rare's Donkey Kong in it, but I think, honestly, deep down somewhere, I didn't really care at that moment.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of similar, because by that point I had played Diddy Kong Racing. I hadn't even played Mario Kart 64 at that point, and when I finally did,
I didn't really care that much. I was like, Diddy's not in this.
Yeah, like,
Who cares?
I had warm memories of Mario Kart 64, but Diddy Kong Racing was such a game changer, and it came out relatively early in that game's life. Like, it came out under a year from Mario Kart 64, at least in the West. The idea was like, okay, if Rare is going to make their own racing games, like fully rooted in the Rare archipelago and native Donkey Kong universe, then Mario Kart was nothing more than a distraction, kind of a bother.
Yeah, who needs it anymore?
And this is heresy. This is just completely forbidden words to be spoken for the broader, larger gaming brain trust out there. And I understand that. But you have to remember that the circumstances of the Rare Nintendo partnership and how good Donkey Kong fans were eating back then really just skewed everything. You know, Rare's output was ridiculous at that time.
Yeah.
It was so prolific, and it honestly felt like they were personally keeping pace, and in many cases outpacing Nintendo on their own console. It was just a different time, and as much as I go on about, oh, Nintendo fans look for patterns, and then they just think that's going to be the status quo. I was lulled into thinking this was going to be the status quo. We were just going to get a wealth of Donkey Kong games, Diddy Kong racing games, Banjo-Kazooie, Conker, just forever and ever on Nintendo consoles.
The good times will never end.
Right. And when they announced the Mario Kart game for the GameCube at E3 2001, it was enthusiastically received by Nintendo fans. I remember the excitement outside of DK Vine on larger gaming sites that had a broader scope than we did. But if you were a Rare or a DKU diehard, E3 2001 meant Donkey Kong Racing for the GameCube, because Rare also announced Donkey Kong Racing for the GameCube. And Donkey Kong Racing had, I don't think I need to tell anyone listening to this, if you haven't seen this trailer, go look it up, because it's an absolute killer presentation. Something that I think is unrivaled to this day as far as Donkey Kong fan service goes. And just giving us something that we had honestly never seen before. You know, we talk about Diddy Kong Racing innovating the genre that Mario Kart carved out for itself. Because Diddy Kong Racing added a collectathon style adventure to the core mechanics. But Donkey Kong Racing was innovating by taking the notion of racing and marrying it to one of the fundamental appeals of the Donkey Kong Country series, which is riding around on wild animal steeds, potentially jumping from one to another in mid-race. And I remember, hearing Band-Aid about, oh, you might even be able to train them, and level them up. And it just wild shit for a mascot racing game, right?
Yeah, like, it's one of those things where I'll go a while without watching that trailer or thinking about Donkey Kong Racing. And then when it comes back to mind, I'm like, oh yeah, it's not that big a loss. It would just be a racing game with Donkey Kong. But then when you actually think about what it was gonna entail, when someone like actually talks about what it was gonna have, then you're like, oh fuck, wait, no, it was gonna be good.
It's gonna be good. I like how you almost said that in a Mario cadence.
It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good game.
It's Mario's review at E3 2001. He saw the trailer and he's like, I can't compete with this. We need to go back to the drawing board.
Riding on rhinos. I'm out of here.
When you contrast Donkey Kong Racing's trailer to Mario Kart's GameCube reveal, and I'm using that in scare quotes, at E3 2001, it was not really a representative trailer of what the game is going to be. It's one of those early trailers Nintendo sometimes shows off when hardware is still new, when they just kind of want to ensure the public that, yeah, you know, a game in this series is probably coming at some point. They did something similar for Zelda, like for the N64 that looked nothing like Ocarina of Time. And honestly, Zelda for the GameCube, like pre-Wind Waker. And that really got people's appetite whetted for what was to come, you know, and then everybody was disappointed when it was Wind Waker. And they were like, well, this wasn't what we were promised. What the shit is this?
Why doesn't it look like the Space World demo?
Right. Space. I remember Space World. Oh, those were the days, Dustin. But this one, this is pre-Double Dash. It was just called on the trailer Mario Kart for Nintendo GameCube. And it was Mario Kart same as it ever was. It was just a little demo reel of Mario and Luigi in these kind of chonky GameCube purple versions of the pipe frame carts on like a basic racetrack set against a black void. The racetrack just has like Mario Kart written on it like repeatedly. And they're just driving around. And that's all it is. It's just like, oh yeah, like Mario Kart for Nintendo GameCube. Here's Mario and Luigi racing against nothing.
Crowd goes nuts.
I mean, yeah, this would excite people. Cause honestly, yeah, the models of Mario and Luigi, they look alright. You know, compared to Mario Kart 64, it's night and day. But compare this to Donkey Kong Racing and it's just like, okay, yeah, I don't really give a shit, do I? And, you know, we figured Donkey Kong would be in it. But Donkey Kong Racing, that trailer was just so much more realized. And that's where all of our hype, all of our attention went to. Now, the irony, Dustin, is that it turned out that Rare hadn't actually gotten that far into Donkey Kong Racing. And the game really only existed as a trailer. Like a brilliant trailer, a brilliant idea for a game, but that's all it was at that point, was just an idea that they kind of, I don't want to say fraudulently, like, made us think was further into development than it was, because they said nothing about it, but it wasn't really running on any actual engine. It was just a trailer, right? And
yeah. It was just something to say, look what we got maybe coming soon.
It's enough to get it on the back.
Aren't you excited?
It's enough to get it on the back of the GameCube box, but yeah, they really hadn't gotten that far into the game. So it was a trailer built on an idea, while Mario Kart for GameCube would actually find itself in the development process and, you know, actually see a release 2 years later. The buyout changed everything, though. Like, we have no way of knowing how far Rare would have gotten with Donkey Kong Racing had Nintendo not passed on purchasing them and they started shopping around for other buyers. And then, of course, were purchased by Microsoft in September of 2002. Now, the buyout didn't initially make me more hyped for the GameCube Mario Kart, because the first few months around the buyout, it was just filled with uncertainty and fear for the future. And I remember having to just kind of mentally check out just a little bit. Like, I did rally everyone at DK Vine, and I was just like, you know, it'll be okay. You know, even though there is this kind of split down the middle of the DKU, Donkey Kong will go on, and Banjo and Conker will go on. They just won't be able to cross over like they used to. But on the Nintendo side of things, I was worried because, you know, what would become of Donkey Kong? Would we still see characters like Diddy or Dixie or Cranky? Like, the GameCube version of Mario Kart, what it would look like was the least of my worries when the fate of everything I loved about Donkey Kong was thrown up into the air. And we had no reassurances at the time from Nintendo. Like, oh yeah, don't worry. We're going to take care of Donkey Kong. Everything's going to be safe. Because for all we knew, we were just never going to see the Donkey Kong Country elements ever again. And
I
honestly really didn't think Diddy stood a chance of making it into Mario Kart at that point. Like, I didn't think he did. After we got Diddy Kong Racing, I was like, okay, well, Diddy Kong has his own racing game. He's not going to go into Mario Kart. But, yeah, it was just like, I didn't even know if there was going to be a Diddy Kong from September 2002 onward. It was just a big mystery how this was all going to shake out.
Yeah, I mean, it's silly to think about now, but back then, who knows how things could have played out.
It was uncharted territory. It was something that I don't think really any other fandom has experienced in quite the same way. This seismic shock of the creators of this entire Nintendo franchise. Like, obviously, Rare didn't create Donkey Kong. Shigeru Miyamoto created Donkey Kong, but Rare built up Donkey Kong's world from the ground up. And it was really their design and creativity that brought it to life. Miyamoto had suggestions, but it was their baby. And so, yeah, we didn't know. And so I remember the autumn, like the final months of 2002, just didn't know. Like we're just trying to enjoy Star Fox Adventures, and we weren't trying to really worry all that much about the future. And of course,
just let us enjoy this for a little bit.
Yeah, of course, as we hit E3 2003, we had a clearer picture. And we felt like we were on a little bit more solid ground. It was E3 2003 that we got our first look at what the Mario Kart GameCube game actually would be. And it was there that it kind of was rebranded as Mario Kart Double Dash! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. And those exclamation marks are important. You have to include them.
Yeah, they get you excited.
They get you doubly excited. You get excited once, and then you get excited again.
Yeah, I can almost barely take it.
So, Mario Kart Double Dash, so named because it would feature two characters teaming up on a single kart. And we saw that there would be new styles of karts. It wouldn't just be the pipe frames from all previous Mario Kart games. We would have just a wide variety of karts representative of the characters themselves. And, oh yeah, Diddy Kong was in the game, Dustin.
Oh my goodness.
This was surreal. We talk about things like, oh my god, it was so weird when Funky Kong got in Mario Kart Wii, or I left my body when K. Rool got into Smash. This was comparable. This was something that I don't think any of us put much stock into before E3 2003, that, oh yeah, Diddy Kong will be in Mario Kart. And yeah, I just remember kind of being like, okay, we might be okay after all. If they're putting Diddy Kong as Donkey Kong's partner in Mario Kart, this might work out. We just might get through this rough transition of Rare going off with Xbox. Donkey Kong might be okay. Yeah, I have to say though that the profile icons for the characters in this E3 build of Double Dash, horrendously ugly. Absolutely hideous.
I forgot how bad it was. Just looking at that DK. Oh, geez.
So this was the era where immediately post buyout, they were really leaning into Donkey Kong, kind of homaging the arcade look of Donkey Kong, where he was always like having this enormous toothy grin on his face, like, and just a deranged Joker-esque, like, rictus grin where he's showing off these implausibly huge white teeth. And, you know, that was still incorporated in the final version of Double Dash, but they toned it down just a little bit compared to what they initially had for his icon, where it just looks like I don't even know, like it looks like his mouth has been pulled back because the dentist had to clamp it such so he could like drill his back molars. I don't even know. This is just the worst I've seen. Like it gets bad in some Mario Party games, and of course Mario Kart DS's in-game model is pretty ghastly as well. This is up there though, but what's weird is that it looks like they tried to do the same for Diddy. They were like, well, if Donkey Kong has a big old toothy grin, then Diddy Kong should have one too. And so Diddy looks like he has the mumps. He looks like looks like he's been stung by a bee. I don't even know. This is a rough early pass on Diddy, or at least his character profile.
He's trying to smile, but he just can't do it.
Yeah, it's like somebody who's never actually smiled for a photo before, and and then they go to do it, and they realize, oh, this is awkward.
How does this work? I'll say this.
Yeah.
I think I've made my peace with Toothy Grin DK, because I feel like back then it just never looked good, but there's been times since where I don't mind it. I think DK with teeth is fine. I'm never gonna be used to Diddy smiling with teeth.
Yeah. And the like final icon in the game, he is showing a little bit, but again, it's been scaled back dramatically and it looks more on par with how he would look in Rare's games. So I'm not fine with either of them showing teeth, by the way. Like, people have this misconception about me that whenever Donkey Kong shows any teeth, I'm upset. But that's not true, because of course they have teeth, you know, but
yeah,
it's just how they're portraying it, how they're showing them off.
Exactly.
And when it looks natural, great. When it looks like the teeth were the very first thing they were thinking about, and the only thing they were really concentrating on with the design, then that's when I have a problem with it.
We built the DK around the teeth.
Yeah. So we were all excited about Diddy being shown off for Double Dash, but of course, had things gone differently, Dustin, Donkey Kong's partner wouldn't have been Diddy Kong at all, because it was very nearly somebody else entirely. It was...
Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, it was Donkey Kong Jr.
Oh man, imagine where we would be today if this had happened.
The model of Donkey Kong Jr., I believe it's been found in maybe one of the like in-store kiosk disc.
Right.
It's been mined out of the data, so we know it's in there. So what happened? How did we get Diddy Kong instead of Donkey Kong Jr.? Well, it's never really been talked about. We can only use logical deduction. But I think we figured out how it transpired. And it mostly speaks to Nintendo's philosophy towards respecting different teams and studios' homegrown characters, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of the underlying principle why we never see Waluigi in Wario games, for example. Which you think would just be a natural extension. Well, Waluigi, he's like Wario's brother or something, right? Like, why isn't he in Wario games? And they do bend these rules from time to time. Of course, like, you know, yeah, Camelot was the one who created Waluigi, but, you know, Nintendo EAD's free to use him in Mario Kart, or, you know, they're free.
What are we gonna do? Not have Waluigi in Mario DDR?
I forgot about that game until you just mentioned it. I remember when we were worried that Donkey Kong was going to be in it, and we had to, I remember that.
Dodge that bullet.
So yeah, they do like bend these rules for like certain titles from time to time, but the view at Nintendo, and this has been spoken about by Rare and people who had worked at Rare at the time, was that the view was that Diddy Kong was Rare's baby. their current baby, current and forever baby. He was their character that they created from the ground up. Yes, they redesigned Donkey Kong and basically created the character of the modern Donkey Kong. You know, yes, you can argue about whether or not he's supposed to be a grown-up Donkey Kong Jr. or not, but yeah, they basically recreated Donkey Kong from the ground up and made him a new character. Just like they recontextualized the original arcade Donkey Kong and made him Cranky Kong. But Diddy really was just their character from start to finish. Like, he was initially going to be just Donkey Kong Jr. They wanted to go with the Diddy Kong design. Nintendo said, not unless he's a new character. And they were like, fine, he's a new character because we really believe in our vision for this. And sure enough, it worked. But that's why Diddy never showed up anywhere else from 1994 to 2002. And yes, we do like our conspiracy theory that the purported Yukiki driving the bus and Toad's Turnpike in Mario Kart 64 is actually Diddy Kong. And I fully stand by that theory, but by and large, Diddy never showed up anywhere else from 1994 to 2002. He was viewed as Rare's IP, essentially. Yes, Nintendo owned him. They had every legal right to use him however they viewed fit. But Nintendo's perspective was, it's just gauche to use Diddy. That would be just so breaking our own corporate philosophy to use Rare's character as we see fit. So that's why...
Which is so silly to me, but I mean... That's why I'm not working at Nintendo.
I respect it from one vantage point. Like, I'm like, that's cool. But then that really starts to rankle me when, like, characters just don't get used at all.
Exactly. They just go to waste.
You know, we look at, say, Retro's development of the Donkey Kong Country games they did, and just the idea that you should really create as much new as possible, as much as, you know, create what's yours for this world rather than just reusing old things. And I understand that, but as a fan of the series first and foremost, I want to see the characters I love. I want to see them back. I don't get to see them often, and if somebody's developing a Donkey Kong Country game, I want them to use Donkey Kong Country characters. By all means, create your new characters. Do new things, but
don't let these other characters go to waste.
Right. So during the early days of Mario Kart Double Dash's development, when the idea of characters teaming up, like having just built-in natural partners, really took formation, they needed to give Donkey Kong his own partner. And, well, if everybody that Rare had created is kind of off limits because of Nintendo corporate philosophy, then the only character that they felt comfortable using was Donkey Kong Jr. And there was some precedent for this, since Camelot was also faced with this decision a few years prior with Mario Tennis for the Nintendo 64. And they too opted for Donkey Kong Jr. because there was really nobody else they could use since they all fell under Rare's purview. And look, it makes little sense from the continuity that Rare had laid down. And yes, Mario Tennis was also a game with Baby Mario in it, you know. So it was easily explained away if you really wanted to explain it away. Oh, you know, time travel. Ooh, Chest of Time. They plucked them out from the past to play tennis or to drive go-karts. Oh, Mario did it with his baby self, so Donkey Kong's doing it with either his child self or, I don't know, his father if he was a kid. I you know, depending on your point of view. But let's be clear about what this would mean. I mean, we can rationalize it away all we want, and we would have at DK Vine for the longest time, I'm sure, but let's be perfectly clear about how this would look from the general population's perspective. Had Donkey Kong Jr. appeared alongside the current adult Donkey Kong in a Mario Kart game, like the Mario Kart game for a generation, it would have absolutely obliterated Rare's canon once and for all. That would be it.
Yeah.
It'd be over. You can skate by something like Mario Tennis because it's a little bit more of a niche title and it was a one-off and we could just say chest of time and have a good hearty laugh about it afterwards. But if this came to pass and Donkey Kong Jr. was paired with Donkey Kong in a mainline Mario Kart game in 2003, like we at DK Vine, we might still be shouting until we're blue in the face that, hey, Donkey Kong Jr. is actually the younger version of the current Donkey Kong, or at the extremes, maybe he's the child version of the current DK's biological father. But that's nonsense, Dustin. That's nonsense to the layperson. That's never gonna fly.
Yeah, I mean, I've been familiar with the DKU for like the last massive chunk of my life, like almost 30 years. And I still think it's nonsense. I can still barely follow it. I'm like, what are you talking about, Hyle?
And, going forward, this is not how Nintendo would present it in the games. Even if it was not really touched upon in Double Dash, even if the connection between Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. wasn't really explained, like, oh, this is definitely the current Donkey Kong's son, it was inevitable that as soon as this happened, it would be the fatal dose of poison that would eventually just completely murder Cranky's whole backstory. And it would make it would make
him a liar.
It would just completely sidestep Cranky's rants in Donkey Kong Country and Donkey Kong Country 2. That would become the anomaly, not Donkey Kong Jr. appearing in Mario Tennis. And so the Kev Bayless designed Donkey Kong would become the original character who kidnapped Pauline. It would have just taken a wrecking ball to the foundations of the Donkey Kong universe. And that's the irony of all of this, Dustin, because we can lament the buyout for what we lost, like Donkey Kong Racing, but the buyout actually saved Rare's canon. The buyout is what, through this chain of events, actually preserved everything Rare had done from 1994 to 2002. Without Rare getting bought by Microsoft, it would be a completely different story today. Because Donkey Kong
Isn't it ironic?
Isn't it ironic?
It's like rain on your wedding day.
It would just be the worst. And so it's a weird thing to think about. Cause yeah, I mourn Donkey Kong Racing every day, but Egad from Luigi's Mansion, who it's weird he wasn't in this. When Rare was purchased by Microsoft in 2002, Nintendo was faced with a choice. And it was a pretty stark choice. Either start using Rare's Donkey Kong characters or retire them. Right? And they knew that at the very least, Diddy Kong was a very popular character who just 6 years prior had headlined their own holiday season. And Diddy had a lot more recognition coming out of the 1990s than Donkey Kong Jr. did. And so they made a relatively late decision. I mean, obviously E3 2003 Diddy Kong was already in there. So it wasn't like it was when they put Diddy Kong as the star of Pro-Am 64, behind this, after the events of E3 97. It wasn't that last minute, but it was relatively late in the development, all things considered, replacing Donkey Kong Jr. with Diddy Kong. And the rest is history. And from that point on, it effectively retired the concept of Donkey Kong Jr. as a character.
Yeah, fine with me.
Yeah.
I'm not losing sleep about it, personally. So this model of DK Jr. that was almost in the game.
Yeah.
I just want to say I don't like seeing DK Jr. with the Rare style Kong face. It just feels so wrong to me. And maybe it's because it's just something we never got. Like, maybe if we actually got this, I would be okay with it. Mm-hmm. But it's so funny how I accept that with Donkey Kong himself. With that, it's great. I love it. And then I look at DK Jr. with this face, and I'm like, what monster are you?
It is a weird... He reminds me of the miniature, like, Donkey Kong-looking apes originally in Jungle Beat before they swapped them out for the capuchins.
I hate those. I hate those original versions. I love the new ones. I like the ones they settled on.
Yeah, where they're just monkeys. They're and they look like they fit into the world of Donkey Kong. Yeah, I kind of agree. It does look like, oh, we're just gonna shrink down Donkey Kong and put him in the onesie with the J on it and like the leotard or whatever it's supposed to be. But yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Now Donkey Kong Jr. does still appear in the game, arguably from a certain point of view. He appears in the crowd of Waluigi Stadium. There's a bunch of like flat sprites cheering on the racers, and you can spot a green Toad, like a Hammer Brother, a red Shy Guy, what appears to be Toadsworth, a Boo, a blue Toad, a Sniffet, a green Shy Guy, a Goomba, and Donkey Kong Jr. And that's just, I guess, the tip of the hat to, yeah, he was going to be in the game. He got cut. He got replaced with Diddy. So we're putting him in the crowd as just kind of an acknowledgement, as a final farewell. But I like to think these aren't actually Donkey Kong Jr., but they're just random Kongs visiting the Mushroom Kingdom.
Right. I mean, that makes sense.
Because, yeah, they appear in multitudes in the crowd. So I like to think they're there to cheer on Donkey and Diddy. And, it's kind of cool because you never get that in these games. You never get Kongs coming in to cheer on the Kongs. It's always just, Toads and Yoshis in the crowd, and Shy Guys. And it's just cool to see, DK Island.
Yeah, they have some hometown fans.
Yeah, DK Island's, going to represent, it's nice to see. And it's also worth noting, you mentioned that they added the brow to Donkey Kong Jr. You can't really see it on the character model, that was going to be in the game, but on the sprite, you can see they also added the cowlick as well.
Yeah, because that just feels like so Donkey Kong himself's thing is the cowlick.
It looks
that feels weird.
It makes him look like the character of Baby Donkey Kong from Yoshi's Island DS. Yeah, exactly.
or Baby Kong from the Donkey Kong Country cartoon, lest we forget.
I did forget. Yeah, so I am weirdly grateful that things came the way they did, that things turned out. It was the worst possible thing for us at the time, but in retrospect, dodged a bullet.
Dodged a bullet with this one thing in particular.
Our friend Josh Wallen from Off the Geek Critique is in the chat, and he's talking with Just Andre. Just Andre says that Mario's really playing God, plucking his infant self out of the time stream and forcing him to compete against grown adults in all manner of organized competitions in order to ensure his future self grew up to be the world's best plumber, adventurer, go-kart driver, tennis player, doctor, and then there's ellipses. And Josh says, hey, Mario himself shows up multiple times in the crowd in Kirby Superstar. And there's multiple Donkey Kong Juniors in Game & Watch Gallery 4. I like to think in those circumstances, though, that they're just continually plucking them from the past, and it's just piling up.
We got too many of them. Oops, all DK Juniors.
Once you give Mario and friends access to a time device, they are reckless with it. And that's why I think the Chest of Time has to adhere to whatever happened standards of time travel. Like, this was always the case. I had always been plucked from the past to play tennis or to drive a go-kart when I was a baby. This always happened to me because otherwise, yeah, the multiverse would be collapsing on itself because they're just so frivolous and so, carefree when it comes to their time travel and what have you. So,
right.
This is weird. This is a weird series.
Yeah, when you asked me to come sit down and talk about Mario Kart Double Dash, it never once occurred to me that I'd be talking about time travel and past selves and all this reckless behavior. It's not something that I expected to come up.
No. Thankfully, Donkey Kong stopped pulling past versions of Kongs out of the time. So I guess eventually they did it again with Baby Donkey Kong, but you know, they took most of the decade off, after the events of Mario Tennis. So Mario Kart Double Dash was released, as I said, in November 2003. And November 2003 felt a lot different for me than November 2002 did, because as I said, the end of 2002 was just full of uncertainty. You couldn't help but feel a bit sick as a Rare fan, a bit just detached from everything. Because Star Fox Adventures felt like a swan song at the time, or maybe a Cloud Runner song. And while we were cautiously optimistic about the future of Banjo-Kazooie and Conker, the fate of Donkey Kong and Friends, that was thrown up in the air.
Right.
We had a much better sense of how things were going to be by the end of 2003, because Grab by the Ghoulies was out, and it proved to us at least that Rare was still in fine form, and they were still going to be making games of high standards on the Xbox. And we were still carrying forward this notion of the shared universe, which we saw represented in Grab by the Ghoulies. So all was well and good there. It wasn't like a clean slate for Rare. Meanwhile, we were still getting Rare games on the Game Boy Advance. We had already gotten Donkey Kong Country, the remake for the GBA. We had gotten Banjo-Kazooie, Grunty's Revenge, about 2 months prior to Double Dash. And, of course...
Man, those handhelds did a lot of heavy lifting, didn't they?
They really did. They really did. They were nice calming pills to take, to help with our anxiety. And of course, Diddy Kong had made his non-Rare debut earlier that year in Mario Golf Toadstool Tour. And so, we knew Diddy was going to be Donkey Kong's partner in Double Dash. The divorce between Nintendo and Rare, it still felt weird, but as much as we were still in mourning for Donkey Kong Racing and all of the possibilities that the Rare Nintendo partnership provided us, it felt like things were going to just continue, and we were going to make the best of them.
Right. Maybe things will be okay.
Yeah, and I remember honestly really looking forward to Double Dash. It was like the first time since Banjo-Tooie that I had a game coming out in that November sweet spot that I was really, really anticipating. And I went to GameStop. I played the demo. About a week before it came out, I think they had the demo, and I tried it out. I think the track was Mario Circuit, because I remember Peach's Castle and being like, that's weird. That's weird that Peach's Castle would be here. They already did that for Royal Raceway. And I remember, despite it feeling a little bit hard to get into, having this warm, fuzzy feeling envelope me. I remember going to the DK Vine forum and saying, hey, I'm really looking forward to this. I tried out the demo. I mean, it's Diddy Kong in a racing game with Donkey Kong. we had never gotten that before. So, maybe things were going to be okay. And maybe, just maybe, since it was Diddy Kong in a racing game, I could recapture some of the magic of the holiday season 1997 when my life revolved around Diddy Kong Racing. It was 6 years in the past. It had already felt like an eternity then, 6 whole years. And sure, Mario Kart Double Dash was no racing adventure. There was no WizPig or TT or, first appearances of characters I knew were getting their own games. But for me, the spirit of Rare's Donkey Kong was also built on the idea of collaboration, co-op, partnership, going on an adventure with a buddy, whether it's Donkey and Diddy, whether it's Diddy and Dixie, Dixie and Kitty, or even, like ignoring the actual like multiplayer aspects of it, like Banjo and Kazooie, partnering up in universe, taking on the world together. That's what so much of the DKU meant to me, was this idea of community. And to have that same spirit in something as cutthroat and every person for themselves as Mario Kart, that was an exciting prospect at the time. And kind of enchanted me. Like, ooh, co-op Mario Kart. Even if you're not playing co-op, you're still going to have these characters partnered together. I can have Donkey.
You're racing as a pair of friends.
Right. Donkey and Diddy taking on the whole Mushroom Kingdom together. Like, the biggest reason I had mentally turned against cameo games, which is the term we define Donkey Kong's appearances in games that aren't Donkey Kong games. These games that have Mario in the title that he appears in, whether they be kart or golf or tennis or what have you. We call them cameo games. It's a whole subcategory of DKU games that are more crossovers than anything else. The biggest reason I had turned against them around the turn of the millennium was that they were burning me out. There was just too much. I really liked...
They were pumping them out.
Yeah, I really liked the first Mario Party or two. Smash Brothers, of course. And I liked Camelot's games. Like, there was actually very few or none at all that I disliked, but it was just too much product in such a short time, especially for the Donkey Kong completionist. Because if you were buying them just for Donkey Kong, which I was, it was just Donkey Kong. That was it. It was just Donkey Kong alone. Isolated.
Yeah, it was barely Donkey Kong. And it was great to have. I like Donkey Kong being in these, but if you're coming at them from a Donkey Kong fan perspective, that's all you're getting.
Absolutely. It's just Donkey Kong alone and on an island unto himself. And yeah, I love Donkey Kong on an island, but not like this. Not like this. Because the Mushroom Kingdom, that's not his world. That's not his environment. It's not what drew me to Donkey Kong and that Donkey Kong's character and his series. It's just not a perfect fit entirely. So to have Donkey Kong in one of these games, but partnered with Diddy, that felt truer to Donkey Kong's own characteristics. And it also tied...
Yeah, now we're talking.
Yeah, it also tied into what we call the Regal Theorem, which was an idea posited by our own Cameron, that it's impossible for Donkey Kong to be portrayed as a villain, asshole, or jackass if he's got Diddy by his side. Because the inherent nature of the Donkey and Diddy relationship, mentorship, partnership, friendship, is that Diddy looks up to this guy. And Diddy is, by nature, a very heroic character. And so if he's looking up to Donkey Kong has also got to be heroic. So when you put Diddy in one of these games, it really makes Donkey Kong a more likable presence, rather than maybe playing up the historic rivalry between Mario and Donkey Kong. So it is a win-win. It's just great to have Diddy in a Mario Kart game. This was the very first time we'd done that. The whole, we've talked about Diddy Kong in a racing capacity on the last 2 Kongversations, be it a planned Diddy Kong Racing follow-up that never came to be, or Diddy Kong being added to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And for the latter, it's such a big deal for us because for 9.5 years, Donkey Kong was the only character in any version of Mario Kart 8. And to have both Diddy and Funky added to that, it finally makes it feel like a more complete game for the Donkey Kong fan. And,
You're right.
Yeah, and so just going into Double Dash, I was pumped. I was like, this is going to be a fun holiday season, having this game in my GameCube, getting to race as Donkey and Diddy Kong. Things are looking up for the first time in over a year.
What could possibly go wrong?
So when I was listing off the partnerships of the DKU, I said them in such a way that Josh in the chat wonders if I intentionally said them in the same order as John Lovitz on the Banjo-Kazooie VHS. And
Mario and Yoshi.
Yeah. Whether or not it's intentional, I can't say, but it is ingrained into my DNA at this point.
Yeah, I mean it's seeped so deeply into your brain. It could come out at any point, no matter what you say, and you wouldn't even notice.
Yeah.
It's just normal.
I have been rewritten. I have been overwritten. My data has just been taken over by Josh Wolf of the Donkey Kong Country Exposed VHS and John Lovitz of the Banjo-Kazooie VHS. So, I pre-ordered Mario Kart Double Dash, Dustin, just so I could get the version that came with the bonus disc. Do you know about this?
So I didn't get this, but it seems familiar. I'm sure I had seen it at some point.
Yeah, if you could pre-order the game at select retailers, I think this was just in the US. It might have been Canada. It might have been elsewhere, but definitely in the US. You got a bonus disc in your Double Dash game case. And it even has this little, emblazoned thing on the lower right-hand corner of the box art that says includes bonus disc with playable demos. And this was an era when Nintendo really was pushing these reserve the game here and get this special packaging. And Toadstool Tour had the thing for Target where you could access the Target Tour, which wasn't actually new content. It was just one of the codes you could put in that gave you this formulated set of courses and what have you. But this was actually an unique bonus disc manufactured just for this purpose. And I think they're high in demand now because they weren't available readily. And so, game collectors really seek out this version. This is the version I got. And, it's not, as far as bonus discs go, this isn't as cool as the one that came with Conquer Live and Reloaded, which made Whose Line Is It Anyway star Ryan Stiles a native DKU character. But it's pretty cool, all things considered. It's got a demo, a playable demo for Mario Party 5, where you can try out 5 of the mini games. Now, Mario Party 5 had come out a week prior to this, so, if you already had Mario Party 5, it's kind of worthless, but they wanted people who picked up Double Dash, which is the bigger ticket item, to maybe also be like, hey, get me Mario Party 5 for Christmas, or get it for my birthday, or
yeah,
whatnot.
You like pushy penguins, don't you?
Pushy penguins and Dinger Derby and Coney Island because of the ice cream cones. Yeah.
That's clever. That's top tier stuff.
Yeah. There was also a playable demo for F-Zero GX, and I remember playing this demo and just thinking, I don't think I'm cut out for F-Zero. It's too quick.
That's how it is. It's very fast. That's how I was with F-Zero X. I played that one at a friend's house and was just like, this is a lot. If
it's not the original F-Zero for the Super Nintendo, it's a bit much for me. I've tried. I've tried. Freezer, I've tried. Okay? But it's, I don't know. I like to take my time. I like to play things slow, even racing games. And when I'm just going at like lightning speeds, I'm gonna crash. I'm gonna blow up. It's not gonna work for me. So, hey, Josh is in our document, cause, there's a playable Sonic Heroes demo, and Josh wrote in our show notes, I didn't approve him writing this in our show notes, but he wrote, AKA the worst thing that ever happened to me.
Ooh. We were just talking about Sonic Heroes the other day on Stream of Thieves.
Yeah, we were playing.
It's not very good.
We were playing Sea of Thieves, and they tricked me. Cause, they know, like, my knowledge center is purely focused on the DKU. And so they said, hey, Hyle, what do you think about Sonic Heroes? And I wasn't thinking. I didn't analyze the statement. I thought they were talking about the new Sonic game that just came out. And I was like, well, a lot of people in our community seem to really like it. And they're like, guffaw. Ha 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 ha.
Hyle, you absolute fool.
We got you, you dipshit. We're talking about the game that's like 20 years old. And I was like, yeah, okay. I never posited myself to be the Sonic expert. Like, I can.
Don't you feel so ridiculous?
I have refined my scholarly knowledge to the DKU. All right? I don't have room for anything else. I have to, like, keep all of the It's Mr. Pants characters alive in my brain.
Or else who else will keep them alive?
But that was surreal, right? To have a playable Sonic game on your Mario Kart demo disc. Like, just bundled within Mario Kart Double Dash was the demo for a Sonic the Hedgehog game. Would have been unthinkable a few years prior to this. Talk about a era of seismic change for us poor 90s kids. Like, we were weaned on this Nintendo Sega rivalry, and we were like, and now we've, Nintendo fanatics at least were like, now we've put the wooden stake in Sega's heart thanks to Rare. And then it's just like, oh, and now Rare and Nintendo aren't getting along, and Sega's in bed with Nintendo, and what the hell is happening?
When did the world get itself in such a big damn hurry?
Yeah, whatever happened to predictability, the milkman, the paperboy, and evening TV?
Questions we were all asking ourselves.
Everywhere we look. There was also a demo for Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3, Rebel Strike, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Whoa, no way.
Yeah, I remember playing the Ninja Turtles game. This was the 2003 cartoon that kind of eschewed the late 80s, early 90s vision of Ninja Turtles. So again, this was an era where it felt like my childhood was just being attacked from all fronts. It was like, your Ninja Turtles are lame. These Ninja Turtles are cool. Oh.
These ain't your daddy's Ninja Turtles.
Yeah. Oh, Krang, he's not fresh enough for today's Ninja Turtle fans. So,
which is interesting because now they mainly focus on the 80s Turtles.
Yeah. But again, this was a time of generational turnover where we were just, everything was just kind of going out that I was into as a kid, and very, very disconcerting time. There was also a bunch of trailers in this, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, 1080 Avalanche, Pokemon Coliseum, Kirby Air Ride, a Harry Potter Quidditch game, just weird. SpongeBob was in there. Just a lot of weird third party stuff sprinkled in. And I think the bonus disc is known in some circles, specifically Fire Emblem fandom, because you could transfer 15 items from this bonus disc to the first Fire Emblem game in the West, Fire Emblem for the Game Boy Advance. The Blazing Blade, I think they've retroactively subtitled it, but yeah, you could transfer 15 items from this bonus disc into the GBA cartridge, assuming you had the means to do it. And, I think it also unlocked 2 songs or something. So, pretty hefty bonus disc.
It's crazy. Yeah, I was about to say, this is a lot for a little. I guess it makes sense to have this much stuff on like a whole bonus disc you're packaging with a game.
Yeah.
But I just look at this and I'm like, that's a ton of demos and trailers.
And this was the era before you could just download demos, before there was DLC. So it makes sense.
Before you could just watch trailers on YouTube.
Right. So it makes sense from that historical context, but it's also a weird pre-order thing. If the whole intention is to get people hyped for upcoming GameCube games, it's just like, then just spend the money and put them in all of them, right? If you're trying to like sneak enthusiasm for all of these games in with this game that you know is going to sell really well, just bite the bullet. Just do it. Like, why is this a pre-order bonus?
Put that SpongeBob trailer in every game.
You're basically having people pre-order for the privilege of getting advertised to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, let's talk about the roster. Let's talk about the characters.
I'd love to.
Yes. Finally, Dustin. So, this game had the most robust roster in any Mario Kart game up until this point, because it finally broke the mold of having 8 characters.
Yeah, I mean, I look at this roster and I think in retrospect, I think this is a pretty good Mario Kart roster for the time.
It's pretty solid. It's so they expanded the roster of 8 to 16, plus you had 4 unlockable characters. And that brought it up to 20. And so everybody who had ever been in a Mario Kart game up until this point was included. Sans Donkey Kong Jr., unless you subscribe to the notion, as I do, that the current Donkey Kong is an adult Donkey Kong Jr., then he's in there. Then, I have nothing to worry about. But from a stylistic standpoint, I understand. You could say, well, Donkey Kong Jr. is not in this. But yeah, this is, I think, a pretty good roster. I think it's definitely balanced better than some later Mario Kart games, like Mario Kart DS.
It doesn't feel like anyone's missing.
I would say Mario Kart DS, Mario Kart 7, and the base roster of Mario Kart 8 pale compared to this roster.
Yeah. Even though they have a lot of characters in those rosters, like you look at this Double Dash roster, and it just doesn't feel like there's any characters left out here, except for maybe like some more recent ones like Toadsworth and Egad. But like all of the major Mario staples are here. You get some nice additions like Diddy Kong for one, Bowser Jr.'s in there.
Yeah.
Birdo, it had been a long time since we'd seen Birdo, and then this era started bringing her back. Petey Piranha even. Yeah, I just look at this and I'm like, this is a very nice Mario Kart roster that feels like it has everyone.
I don't think I appreciated it at the time, save for Diddy, of course, because I don't think, like, I was thinking in terms of just the absolute, like, quality of the core roster. I was looking at all of these perceived negatives, which, with the benefit of hindsight, aren't negatives at all. Like, I was looking at Baby Mario and Baby Luigi as just completely wasted character spots. Like, they're just Mario and Luigi, but young. Come on. Those could have been 2 other characters.
Those could have been 2 other Kongs we could have had in there.
But when you compare it to the likes of Tanuki Mario, then it does feel like everybody has a purpose. Everybody has a reason for being there. And I really like the symmetry of every character having a thematic partner to pair up with.
Yeah.
Which
I agree.
All the partnerships are true to some established bit of character lore from a past game, save for one duo, which was completely invented wholesale for this game. But other, like, it's similar to how Waluigi was created in Mario Tennis, which we'll get to in a minute here. But let's first talk about Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong, because we are the Kongversation. This is our whole reason for being here. And I just want to say up front, we are not going to be touching upon every aspect of Mario Kart Double Dash. We will not be talking about every kart. We will be not talking about every, like, special item in the game. We're going to be talking about Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong together. And we'll touch upon some other stuff, but this is not going to be like everything that there is possibly to talk about Mario Kart Double Dash. Reviewing this from a DKU perspective. And I'm sorry if that disappoints you, but again, we're the Kongversation. Them's the breaks. Yeah. And honestly,
you're just gonna have to get used to it.
Honestly, I'm sure there are Mario-related podcasts out there who could do the non-Donkey Kong bits of this game far greater justice than we can. So check those out. If they exist, I don't know. So, I would love to point you to somewhere, but I don't really know myself. Let me know in the comments if there's a good one. So, Donkey Kong is a heavyweight, as he was in previous Mario Kart games. Diddy Kong, making his Mario Kart debut, is a lightweight. And I love this at the time, and I still love it today. I love how Diddy Kong is a middleweight in Diddy Kong Racing. Because he's grouped up with a bunch of woodland critters, some of whom are much lighter than him. And
right
here he's a lightweight because he's stacked up against pasta-eating plumbers and turtle monsters and various dinosaurs. And so I just like that, yeah, in his own racing game, he's kind of middle of the road, like the Mario character. But in a Mario Kart game, he's small potatoes. He's gonna get flung around.
Yeah, he can't measure up to a giant turtle man.
Yeah, demon turtle. So, Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong are one of the few character pairings that are of a heavyweight and a lightweight group together. There are a couple others like this, but most of the character pairings have a similar balance, right? They're both middleweights or they're both lightweights. So this creates an interesting dynamic for Donkey and Diddy paired together. And it's not the best dynamic, but we'll get into that for sure. Now, each character has their own kart that they kind of own, right?
Right.
Donkey Kong's kart is the DK Jumbo. And the
what a name for a car.
The DK Jumbo, right? It sounds like this lewd thing he would call, his,
Go on, Hyle.
You know, penis!
There it is.
But Donkey Kong's not that gross. Donkey Kong doesn't go around talking about expanding dong. That's just what people say about him. Donkey Kong's not gross.
Yeah, he's not the kind of person to partake.
He's genteel.
Yeah, exactly.
He believes in a little something called table manners. So, the DK Jumbo, I love the design of the DK Jumbo. Like, honestly, I love this kart. I love that
it's like they took a barrel and just made a car out of it.
It looks like something Funky Kong would make in his garage. And yeah, it's just a barrel, a big barrel that's kind of been carved out for a seat. And it's got like a wooden, what do you call the things at the front that like push, on the front of it. I'm not a car guy. Where's Cameron, Dustin?
Yeah, it's like the pusher.
The pusher.
I think they call it like the pusher of the car.
The pusher thing at the front of the car that like gets things moved for you. Like, you push people, you run them over with it.
I think that's the scientific term.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's what this is. It's got one of those. I also love, like, the back. It's got, handles for, of course, Diddy or Donkey when he's in the back of it to hang on to. But I love how it's got, like, this metal, grating or plating at the bottom where the character stands that has the DK insignia carved into it. Just love that little detail. Fabulous design for a car. It's one of my favorite Donkey Kong related karts in Mario Kart. I love that it came back on Mario Kart Tour. Wish it was in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, but, just
I wish we had like any DK cars in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
yeah. But I love the DK Jumbo. Now Diddy, you can access his own cart, which is the Barrel Train, which is again a cart made out of a barrel, but in the shape of a train. It's got Diddy's stars, on the side and the front. But the thing about the Barrel Train is that it's only for lightweight drivers, and Diddy Kong can drive it, but Donkey Kong can't go in the Barrel Train. He won't fit in the Barrel Train in Double Dash. And so if you want to use the Barrel Train, you can't have Donkey and Diddy paired together in it. You have to give Diddy another partner, like Koopa Troopa or something.
I mean, that was my preferred team, was Diddy and Paratroopa. That's what I rocked to this day. We just played it on one of our Idaho Cruise streams not too long ago, and that's who I went with every time.
Suffice to say, I never used the Barrel Train once in Double Dash because I never played as anybody but Donkey and Diddy.
Right.
Which meant that the special item I had access to and only had access to was the giant banana. The big grumpy face banana peel that was Donkey and Diddy's special item that, you know, you could, you put it on track. It's harder to avoid. Characters would spin out. I'll say more about the giant banana when I'm talking about how the game is balanced. But, got some thoughts about the giant banana in this game. Now, it's worth noting, while we're talking about Donkey and Diddy, that Grant Kirkhope's voice clips for Donkey Kong and Chris Sutherland's voice clips for Diddy Kong from Donkey Kong 64 are both still in use here, as neither character had yet to be recast post-buyout. So we get Grant Kirkhope's Donkey Kong in this, we get Chris Sutherland's Diddy Kong, and, you know, it's always great to see, always great to hear, I should say, their interpretations of Donkey Kong, especially in a non-rare game, especially in this weird transition period where they haven't really redesigned any of the rare stuff or recast them or reimagine them. So anytime that these characters do show up in a game like this, it's heavily influenced from Donkey Kong 64 because that's their last major appearance on a Nintendo system, so.
Right, and Grant Kirkhope's probably my favorite Donkey Kong voice. I just feel like it really suited him. Diddy Kong, I'm not so sure. I feel like any voice that he's had, I've never been, like, in love with. I like them all fine, but I don't really see a definitive Diddy voice like I do DK.
It's surprised me how, like, I feel like they mostly stayed true to Kirkhope and Sutherland's interpretations of them. Even though, you know, they've gone in their own directions, I still think I can believe that Donkey and Diddy are the same people with the same voices that they were, 20 years ago. But yeah.
Right. It's not like Diddy's just sounding like a 40-year-old man all of a sudden.
I mean, he should, because Diddy would probably be a 40-year-old man around now. Yeah. I speak from experience. Yeah. Donkey and Diddy, fantastic pairing. It's just a shame how they played, in the midst of everything. More on that in a bit. Mario and Luigi, they're a duo in this game. They're medium weights, as you would imagine. Peach and Daisy, I like that Peach and Daisy were paired together. And,
this was like just coming, they had been, bringing Daisy back into the fray for a little bit now, but this was her first, Mario Kart.
Mario Tennis was the game that, in addition to introducing Waluigi, sort of resurrected Daisy, and that was the game that really got her back into rotation. I think Mario Tennis, they had Daisy be Luigi's partner in that game, and Peach was Mario's, but here, Mario and Luigi are the brotherly tandem, and it's Peach and Daisy, the princesses, teaming up for the first time and kind of establishing a relationship between them, which was kind of cool, like a friendship or a sisterhood between kingdoms.
Yeah, exactly. I think I like that more.
I do, yeah. I'm all about, girl power in games, and it's cool to see. Yoshi and Birdo. Birdo making her Mario Kart debut. They're both medium weights. And of course, this pairing was also established by Mario Tennis. Mario Tennis did a lot of heavy lifting for the continuity. Like, it's not surprising that they would have reused Donkey Kong Jr. had the buyout not happened, considering how influential that Mario Tennis game was for the greater Mario canon and almost Donkey Kong canon, to our detriment. But yeah, Mario Tennis kind of suggested, it was implied in at least some of the artwork, that Yoshi and Birdo kind of had a thing. Whether maybe just an attraction, maybe a flirtation, or maybe just a full-on relationship. But I like that these two dinosaur characters who aren't even of the same species, Birdo's like some sort of like subcon dream dinosaur, and Yoshi is a Yoshi, but I like that they're like, yeah, they're dinosaurs of similar proportions. Maybe they have a thing.
Yeah, match them up.
And I like that. And I like those character connections that can be drawn from two disparate eras of Mario, right? Like Super Mario Brothers 2, which was originally Doki Doki Panic, and Super Mario USA in Japan, and then you're bringing back that character and tying it into Yoshi, who, was introduced in Super Mario World, but then had his own kind of sub-series and his own identity, but you're tying him into this Super Mario Brothers 2 character. I love that. I love that kind of stuff. We don't see enough of that.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that up until this point, we hadn't seen a lot of Mario 2 elements brought into the fray.
No.
I guess by this point, they had already done they had released Super Mario Advance, which was a remake of Super Mario Brothers 2. But into other games in the Mario series, there really wasn't a lot. Birdo was kind of the first one. I guess besides Bob-ombs.
Bob-ombs and Ninjas and some of the other stuff that did carry over directly into...
True. But it was rare.
Yes. And, like I said, when I was growing up, Wart and Mouser, they were considered mainstream important Mario characters. So it was always befuddling to me that they weren't, So I always applauded whenever any Mario Brothers 2 elements would come back. And Birdo, even though Birdo's really the biggest success story from that, it was still very cool to see. And I was upset that Birdo wasn't in Mario Kart 8. Not as much as I was upset that Diddy wasn't, but it was still one of those things that was and no Birdo? Are you kidding me? Because I love Birdo. I think she's great.
By that point, Birdo had become a staple to the series.
At least a staple of my heart. And I think she's a fun character, fun design, and it's a shame when she's not in there. So,
yeah.
I think her inclusion in the Booster Course Pass feels almost as good as, for me, as the Kongs being in there. So, also making their Mario Kart debut, the aforementioned Baby Mario and Baby Luigi. Lightweights. And of course, this would start the trend of more baby characters being included, and then wackier variants up to and including Luigi with the big sausage.
Right.
Dustin, how do you feel?
Everyone's favorite.
I know, there's a bit of a cultural divide here where I believe in, fandoms in Japan, things like baby versions of characters are viewed as kind of they're, if not their own characters, then just of equal importance to their other designs, their adult designs. It's kind of Baby Mario has a fun, unique design, and it's kind of put up on a pedestal. And even though Mario's in it, Baby Mario just means something completely different. And meanwhile, I'm it's just Mario again, but he's a baby. And my brain can't make that leap of, oh yeah, it's Baby Mario, terrific. You know, it would be, for me, the equivalent of putting Diddy Kong, a second Diddy Kong in Mario Kart, but it's Diddy Kong with blue eyes and 4 fingers on each hand. You know, it's just like, well,
Diddy Kong with his famous wristband.
I don't really want that. I want unique characters all around. So I had issues with this at the time. And of course, it's been 2 decades and I've gotten used to it. And it is what it is. Like, it's just one of those things where I just kind of laugh at now. And I'm like, you know what? So long as I get mine, so long as Diddy's in there, I'm gonna be okay. I don't need to really take out like any angst on these characters for existing when they have their fans.
Exactly. You get what you want. You don't mind if something doesn't line up with what you like on the other side.
Yeah. I do think that characters like Tanuki Mario should just be alternate, like, skins of Mario. Like, I don't think they should be just completely separate character slots, because that's when it starts breaking down to this incomprehensible gibberish, and I don't feel like I'm actually racing Mario characters. I feel like I'm racing just skins and designs and like not actual like, oh, I'm on the track of the Mushroom Kingdom, how fun, when there's like 4 different Marios racing me. But
yeah, exactly. Like I don't mind it with Baby Mario and Luigi, or at least not Baby Mario, because like you said, they are different designs.
Yeah.
So I can buy that even if it's the same character but as a baby, it's at least counted as a different character. It's different when you have like Tanuki Mario, like you said, yeah, it should just be a costume. That's something I really like about what Crash Team Racing does. Its characters just have like a ton of costumes. You pick a character and then you pick a costume you want them to wear. They could just easily do that. You don't need them taking up like whole slots on a roster. And I think when it comes to baby characters, we've gone past the point where I'm okay with it. Cause like Mario is fine, Baby Mario, Baby Luigi, whatever. But it's when it gets to the point where you have like 6 babies on a roster, that's where I'm like, oh, okay, maybe we don't need babies of every character. Maybe we don't need Baby Waluigi or Baby Inkling Boy.
I don't think we've gotten that far, but yeah, it was one of the issues
It's only a matter of time.
It was one of the issues I had with the base Mario Kart 8 roster, when it just felt like, you know, you had an entire row of babies and an entire row of Koopalines and the progeny of Bowser, and it's just like, there's not a lot of variety here, is there? And yeah, I would be fine with an entire row of Kongs, but again, like, I wouldn't want to take away from anything else. And in our chat, in our chat, Josh says, I think for us, it had gotten overplayed after the Muppet Babies were successful, and then everyone tried it. And then Freezer said, don't get Dustin started on Crash Team Racing nitro-fueled skins.
Oh, I'm getting started.
Now, unlockables, you could unlock Toad and Toadette by winning the 100cc Special Cup.
I totally forgot they were unlockable.
Yeah.
When I was looking at the roster above, I guess it had just been so long since I've had to unlock these characters. I was just like, oh no, it's just like all the other Mario Karts where they're just there.
Yeah. And
they're no-brainers.
And Toadette was what I alluded to earlier, the character debut for this game, a character they created from the ground up because Toad needed a partner. And it's a bit weird because you were like, well, they could have just done Toadsworth. Like, Toadsworth is in the game. He drives the parade cart at the podium ceremony. But
yeah, you have a model for him.
Yeah, but they went with Toadette, and you know, it puts another girl in the game. You know, another female character.
Yeah, I like Toadette. I think my thing with Toadette is, as far as I'm aware, she is just one character. She's not like all the other Toads where there's like tons of characters. She's like a Smurfette, which at the end of the day, I prefer when a character is just one unique character. So Toadette I'm cool with.
I can't say for sure if this is, Because this is still when it felt like Toad was a unique character. Like there was one Toad, right? And we had Toadsworth introduced in Sunshine. We had Toadette introduced in Double Dash, but those are still variations on Toad. It's not just, here, Toad is a species. Toad, 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 and Toad. And I think, what was that, new Super Mario Brothers games that really, like, pushed that into the forefront?
Like as far as Toads being a species? I don't know. Well, I think about stuff like the Mario RPGs where there's just like a whole ton of Toads.
But they have different names, right?
But yeah, a lot of, yeah, they're not just like all called Toad.
Yeah, and like Mario Party had other mushroom people. They're called like mushroom people once upon a time that weren't Toads. You had like Fun Gus and etc. So
Fun
Gus. And so like they hadn't really gotten there yet. Maybe it was trending in this direction, and Toadsworth and Toadette were kind of like stepping stones to just Toad being like Yoshi, where it's just they're all Toad. But it does create an inconsistency, because wouldn't Toadette just be a Toad then? Like wouldn't Toadsworth just be Toad if they're all Toads?
Right.
Whatever. At the time,
this Mario series is getting silly.
Yeah, but at the time, I remember Toadette being met with some derision, like, this is the best you can do. Like, it's a brand new character created for a Mario Kart game, instead of pulling a character from another game that we might want to play in Mario Kart. But I like Toadette just fine. I don't have an issue with her. I remember Toadette created, just like Waluigi did, Toadette created this hypothetical of, well, what if Toadette appears in a game that Donkey Kong or Diddy Kong do not appear in? Would Toadette be a native DKU character because her debut was in a Mario Kart game? And of course,
the Toadette rule.
Well, we laid down the Waluigi rule, because I think Toadette did appear in a Paper Mario game after this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And was it Thousand Year Door?
That's the one. You nailed it, Hyle.
Damn, look at me being so knowledgeable about video games that don't have Donkey Kong.
You know something about a non-DKU video game.
Wow. I should just start talking about stuff I don't know about, because apparently I know everything. No.
Yeah, you might be right about a couple.
We had this debate, like, well, would Waluigi make a game DKU? Would Toadette make a game DKU? Would Roy, who made his Western debut in Super Smash Bros. Melee, make Fire Emblem for the Game Boy Advance DKU? And eventually we came down on the idea that a Cameo game cannot make a native DKU branch, because they're crossover games. It could only have this inherent core Donkey Kong or rareness to it to be a native DKU branch out of the DKU tree. So, that being said, it was a fraught couple of years there where we were like sweating out, like, is Waluigi going to appear in something? Is Toadette going to appear in something? So, Koopa Troopa made his Mario Kart return after sitting out Mario Kart 64 and Super Circuit. Freezer wants me to mention that she absolutely adores Koopa Troopa. That's her driver in Mario Kart, and she was so happy that Koopa Troopa came back.
I'm happy for you, Freezer.
It's funny because Koopa Troopa was swapped out with Kamek originally in Mario Kart 64, because Kamek, you know, it was coming off Yoshi's Island, and that was a big part of Nintendo's identity at the time, and Yoshi's identity, and by extension Mario's identity. And so they're like, well, this generic Koopa Troopa, let's get Kamek in there. Kamek's a far bigger deal. And, you know, let's swap out Donkey Kong Jr., who's not really applicable anymore. Put Wario in there, because Wario is coming off of the Wario Land games. Wario is a popular character. We'll put him in there. And then at one point, Miyamoto was like, but you know, Donkey Kong is really popular right now coming off of Donkey Kong Country. Let's put Rare's Donkey Kong in Mario Kart. And then Kamek got the boot. And, So from a certain point of view, Donkey Kong replaced Koopa Troopa, but that wasn't actually how it happened. Anyway,
Right.
Koopa Troopa's back, finally, in Double Dash, and Koopa Troopa's partner is Paratroopa, obviously, making Mario Kart debut as well, and they are both lightweights, as you would imagine.
Love that Paratroopa.
Yeah, I know you do, Dustin. I know you do. Bowser.
Here's the thing.
Oh, yeah.
I don't really give two shits about Paratroopa.
Oh, you don't?
He's just a Paratroopa. But, well, as a character, I don't care. But in Double Dash, he's such a good combo with Diddy, because if you're behind anybody, you get the triple red shells, and if you're in front of everybody, you get the big banana. You win no matter where you're positioned.
I wouldn't know about that.
Yeah. I'm just letting you in on my little world.
I appreciate it. My issue with Koopa Troopa and Paratroopa is it's a trope I don't like in games like this, where you just have this random mook, right? And maybe they're not random because this is the Koopa Troopa who was in Super Mario Kart. So but he's still just a Koopa Troopa. I want there to be a little bit more to him. A name, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I totally agree. Like if I would much prefer having a character, like if there was a certain Koopa Troopa character and they were in this, then I would be like, oh, cool. Yeah, I know that guy.
In the localization for Super Mario 64, we had Koopa the Quick, who you raced in Bomb Battlefield. And it's just like, that would have been cool to say that Koopa Troopa is the same as the Koopa Troopa from Super Mario Kart. And just kind of
combine that would be great.
But that's the crunch fan in me coming out, where they didn't just put a Kremlin in Diddy Kong Racing. They gave him an identity and a whole backstory and made him just more excited. It wasn't just Critter, right?
Right. They made a Kremlin that really matters.
Yeah. And I just wish they would have done the same in Mario Kart. I mean, it's far too late for that at this point. And I think most people don't care. They just want to race as a Koopa Troopa. They just want to race as that character type. But, that's just how I'm all about characters first and foremost.
Yeah. At this point, I've kind of made my peace with, like, drone characters being playable and stuff like this, because it's just gonna happen endlessly. But I will always prefer when it's, like, a specific one you can latch onto.
Absolutely, yeah. So Bowser, of course, is back, heavyweight, obviously, and he's paired with Bowser Jr., making his Mario Kart debut, coming, like, very soon off of his debut entirely in Sunshine, and also a lightweight. So this is one of those unique heavyweight, lightweight unions. Not unique, because Donkey and Diddy also do it, but, it's seldom seen as far as these natural partnerships go in Double Dash.
Right.
Also combining weight classes is Wario, heavyweight, and Waluigi, making his Mario Kart debut as a medium weight.
Good for him. Good for Waluigi. He's really making some waves around this time.
Waluigi just took off like a rocket, right? Like Mario Tennis introduced him, and then just everybody wanted a piece.
They're like, get him in every game.
And the final unlockable duo, which could be earned by winning the Mirror Star Cup, alright, is Petey Piranha, making his Mario Kart debut, coming off of his debut in Sunshine, and King Boo, making his Mario Kart debut, coming off of Luigi's Mansion. Both heavyweights. Both heavy boys right there.
You'd think a Boo would not weigh that much, considering it's a ghost.
It depends how much ectoplasm is inside, Dustin. 'Cause
that's true.
If there's a lot of paranormal, psychokinetic activity in their manifestation, they're going to be extra slimy and therefore more dense.
I guess that's why he's the king.
Yeah, he's gonna get you gooey if he touches you.
That's how they measure. You become king by how slimy you are.
His cart,
how much slime you got in you.
His card is the Boo Pipes, which are just the recolored, like piranha plant pipes that, PD Piranha uses. But I imagine they had to hose it down after he would use them because he would just soil it so much.
People would go slipping off of it.
Yeah. So there are downsides, Dustin, to how Double Dash is structured. If you favor a particular combo of characters, if there's a certain partnership that really appeals to you, it doesn't necessarily shake out to be the best possible pairing. Like, say, I don't know, Donkey and Diddy Kong, for example. Just a random example.
Heaven forbid.
I'm pulling out of thin air, but yeah, so because each character has their own special item, it definitely makes some characters more advantageous to use than others. And because Donkey Kong is a heavyweight character, you don't really get any of the benefits of Diddy being lightweight necessarily. And so if you are, say, in the middle of a race and you fall behind, if you get hit by a blue shell, because this game utilized the blue shell with wings rather than just the spiny shell sans wings. And so it was a lot more ruthless for the first place player, the person in first place position, or people, if you're playing co-op, who are in first place. If you get blue shelled, it creates this huge explosion and it just stops you, like you fly up into the air, you stop dead in your tracks. It's a lot more exaggerated and bombastic than it was in past Mario Kart games. And because of that, it would be very easy to fall out of first place. And if you then are Donkey and Diddy Kong, you're not going to get a special item that can help you claw your way back, because you get the giant banana peel, which is a great defensive item. If you're in first place, it won't do anything against the spiny shell, the blue shell, but you know, against just normal shells, sure, or just putting it on the track and causing people behind you to spin out. But yeah, this makes Donkey and Diddy specifically disadvantaged in the cutthroat world of Mario Kart.
Yeah, it's really too bad that a lot of these partners just have like the same power up. I think the only ones that are different that I remember are the Koopa Troopas. Because the regular Koopa Troopa gets the triple green shells, and the Paratroopa gets triple red shells, which just makes the normal Koopa Troopa, who cares? Why would you ever choose them? But everyone else, I think, like, the princesses have the same, the Kongs have the same one. It's a strange system.
Yeah, Mario and Luigi have different colored fireballs, but there's just fireballs, you know.
That's true.
Yeah. The baby characters have the chain chomp, which just pulls them forward while chomping the ass of anybody in front of them that's in the way. The Bowser shell between Bowser and Bowser Jr. will just like decimate like an entire row of drivers. And yeah, it's not great, is it? If you're Donkey and Diddy Kong. Like, I like the giant banana in later games. Like Mario Kart Tour, it's one of the best possible items you could have in Mario Kart Tour, especially if you get a frenzy, which is where you get like this uninterrupted spurt of just dropping items repeatedly, for about 10 seconds or less. And yeah, if you're like Donkey Kong in that game, you can get the giant banana as a frenzy item for tracks where you're allowed to have a frenzy in your favorite tracks. And then it's the best thing ever, because it will just cause everyone to wipe out behind you, and it will also rack up the points. But in this game, it's not great. It's actually kind of disappointing, because as a defensive item, it's pretty good, but it's so easy to fall behind in this game. It's so...
Exactly.
And once you fall behind, you can maybe dumb luck your way into getting back into first place, but more often than not, you're just kind of holding your breath, waiting for that, spiny shell with the wings to hit you, or, lightning to take you out. And, it was really, really, really hard if you were going into this game excited about Donkey and Diddy Kong teaming up, and then you realize, oh, wait a second. It's like the worst, it's the worst character combination you can have with the way this game is structured.
You just have no offensive options.
Yeah, and so whenever people are debating the merits of Double Dash, and I say it's a divisive game, and it is, but whenever people are going back and forth, my perspective is colored very uniquely, because I might be one of the very few people on the planet that is so dedicated to this philosophy of only playing as the Kongs, that of course I was going to hate the way this game played. Of course I was. Yeah. And that's my own.
It's really too bad.
Yeah, I don't think you should be punished for, like, I don't like when games punish you for the characters you want. Like, it should be, I can play as this character and I can get really good as this character, no matter what it is, right?
Yeah.
And some people's, like, the way their brain is wired, the way they play games, the way they pick things up, they will be more inclined to favor certain characters than other characters. And other people will be like, no, I really picked up this character and it's great. But when you have these inherent imbalances built in, then it just doesn't feel necessarily fair to me when you're trying to play as a particular character or two.
Yeah.
We'll talk a little bit more about that after we talk about the racetracks, Dustin. The racetracks.
Woo!
Woo! So once again, there's a mushroom cup, a flower cup, a star cup, and a special cup. But there are 16 tracks yet again. This is the last mainline Mario Kart game to not utilize retro tracks.
It makes it feel very quaint. Like, you look at this list of tracks and it's like, wow, this is all there is?
Especially coming off of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, which has a wealth of tracks now after the booster course. I mean, it had a lot of tracks before the booster course pass, but the booster course pass doubled the amount of tracks that Mario Kart 8 Deluxe originally had. So, no retro tracks. This last Mario Kart game to utilize nothing but original tracks. And so, some of these are really great. Some of them are,
not your favorites.
Not my favorites, yeah. I mean, that's, I guess, par for the course for any Mario Kart game, but
especially if you're gonna have this many tracks. Like, this is still 16 tracks. Obviously, not all of them are gonna land.
Yeah. The Mushroom Cup has Luigi Circuit, Peach Beach, Baby Park, and Dry Desert. And do you have anything in particular you want to say about these 4 tracks? And any of these 4 tracks?
I mean, Baby Park is fun. It's better in 8 Deluxe. It just feels... Maybe it's not more chaotic, especially considering the items in Double Dash.
Uh-huh.
But it just feels more fun playing on Baby Park in that than it does here. These other tracks, I guess Luigi Circuit's like a solid enough first track of a game. But I mean, like, it's not particularly interesting. Peach Beach isn't super... I like the visuals of Peach Beach. Dry Desert, I'm not normally a fan of the desert. It's hard to make a desert racetrack that's very cool.
Yeah. I mean, I do like... It kind of harkens back to... I guess Super Mario 64 had the desert world, but it reminds me of, like... Super Mario Brothers 2, which really utilized the desert imagery, and, I guess Super Mario Brothers 3 had a little bit of that as well, but, yeah, Baby Park is, I think, the most infamous one out of this 4, and I remember how much people it seemed like people hated it at the time. And it seems like it's one of those things that people really champion with the benefit of 20 years behind it. Because it was this track that is just very basic. It's just this basic oval set in a theme park. Basically, like, here is the go-kart track for the kiddies. And it's just a simple oval that has multiple laps. It doesn't just have 3 laps. It's like a lot of laps. Like, how much was it? Was it 5 or was
7,
it
I believe?
7. Yeah. Okay. And the gimmick that quickly becomes apparent is that this small oval quickly becomes overwhelmed with items. And you're also like lapping other drivers, and it just becomes sheer chaos, which is what draws a lot of people to Double Dash, because Double Dash really upped the ante as far as chaos goes. But Baby Park really personifies that more than any other track. And I remember at the time being like, I hate this. And even now, it's not my favorite, right? But I at least understand where people are coming from, where they say, I like Baby Park. I'm like, all right, I get that. It's not the style of gameplay that draws me to Mario Kart or games like Mario Kart, but it serves its purpose, and I'm glad it exists to really contain that wild aspect of Mario Kart. More than any other track, it really gets it all in.
I think it's more fun when you're playing with friends. Like, if I'm just playing it in single player against nobody to share that chaos with, it's kind of whatever. But when you're like with the Ido crew, if all of us are playing on Baby Park, then it's great because everyone's just firing items against each other, just driving fast in ovals over and over and over. That's where it really shines.
And I think, like, the other tracks, like Luigi Circuit, it's a perfectly fine first track, and as Freezer points out in the chat, you can drive, like, eventually you're driving in opposite directions, and that's kind of cool, because it's like, somebody's driving right at me on the other side of the track. So that's cool. Like, Peach Beach really lead into the sunshine imagery. It's fine. I don't think the Mushroom Cup is all that memorable, aside from it being first. The Flower Cup is really...
I guess that's what it needs, though.
Yeah.
Like, if these are... It would be weird to have these tracks later. Start with the ones that are easier, and then move on to more interesting ones.
The Flower Cup is where I think things start getting interesting, at least from my point of view. Because you have Mushroom Bridge, Mario Circuit, Daisy Cruiser, and Waluigi Stadium. And, Mushroom Bridge, I don't think it's that bad as far as these traffic tracks go in the mold of Toad's Turnpike.
These levels always stress me out.
They stress me out,
I don't mind
too.
Mushroom Bridge.
Mushroom Bridge is alright. I do like how they made the vehicle designs a bit more Mario-centric, rather than we're just gonna plop a bus down. No, we're gonna make this...
you have the Wiggler bus.
The Wiggler bus. We're gonna make this bus the shape of a green Wiggler. And I like that...
Or the Bob-omb car.
Yeah. What's the purpose of the Bob-omb car? That just seems like...
Yeah, that's an accident waiting to happen.
Yeah, that just seems like the Tesla with the autopilot. It's just like, this is just a death trap waiting to kill people. Why are you setting this off? But I like how you can drive up on the arches of the bridge, very precariously, I might add, but it's got the dash panels there. I like how you can sort of boost off on the little side road there. It's fun. It's as far as vehicle tracks go, it's one of the most leisurely in this, up until this era, Mario Circuit, is the first example I can think of where there's no plausible way to reconcile Peach's Castle as being the exact same location from Super Mario 64. right? Because
Right.
Royal Raceway, you're like, oh yeah, this is where Mario 64 took place. And then it appears in the background of other games and you're like, oh, okay, I guess you can kind of squint and make it all fit. Doesn't work perfectly, but you can kind of just say, oh, okay, yeah, everything's happening over there. But this is the first time where it's just like, no, like this isn't Royal Raceway. So this can't be the same castle as it was in Super Mario 64. So I guess Peach just has multiple versions in this style, just littered about the Mushroom Kingdom. And that kind of breaks the immersion for me just a little bit. Like, I kind of hate that they reused it here. Because I know they weren't really thinking,
Wow.
I know they weren't really thinking in terms of retro tracks yet, right? Like, Mario Kart Super Circuit did bring back retro tracks from Super Mario Kart, but like it wasn't a thing in the console games yet. And like they weren't future proofing it. Like, well, we're going to have Royal Raceway brought back in future Mario Kart games. So let's not do Peach's Castle again. And so they did it again here. And I'm just like, well, you did it. That was the big thrill of Royal Raceway. And you don't even get the same thrill here because, Super Mario 64 was a generation ago. This isn't using basically the same assets. This is just a castle that looks like the Super Mario 64 castle, but it isn't. So what am I supposed to be feeling here? Mario Kart Double Dash? What am I supposed to be feeling?
Maybe it's like Disneyland. Maybe they just made a castle decoration specifically for this course. It's just a fun little... pretend you're there. Oh, we're having a good time.
Yeah, what you're saying is this is a hoax.
Yes, this is for pretend.
We'll talk a little bit more about theme park attractions when we get to the next cup. Daisy Cruiser... Daisy's cruise ship. Of course, the super rich have their yachts. And, Jeff Bezos Jeff Bezos had to buy a support yacht because his one yacht didn't have a helicopter pad. And he was like, this is embarrassing. So he bought a support yacht
guy.
To follow that yacht that has a helicopter pad. So don't worry about Jeff Bezos. He's doing all right for himself.
That was close. I was worried.
The long sleepless nights I had worrying about Jeff Bezos' friends for, coming in.
I was crying into my pillow.
Yeah. I'm like, what are they going to do if they can't land their private helicopters on Jeff Bezos' private yacht? Thankfully, they have a support yacht, so everything's... Daisy Cruiser, Dustin! What do you think about Daisy Cruiser? Because this is a track that I think in theory I should really like. Like, it's a ship. It's the whole track is contained on a ship. That's cool. But...
yeah.
I never really liked Daisy Cruiser.
Oh, do you know why?
No! I think it's because I would always have bad luck in Daisy Cruiser. Like,
I get you. I can see that. Those like moving tables.
Not just the moving tables. I mean, yeah, they were irksome, but I'm just talking about just random RNG. Just oh, here comes the spiny shell. I'm just getting pelted with items left and right. I can't recover, and now I'm in 8th place. Oh, I lost.
Quick race.
Yeah. Daisy Cruiser, of course, has come back in later Mario Karts, and I've gotten more accustomed to it. It's still, I don't know, it just feels kind of bland. Like, the aesthetics of the cruise ship just don't really do it for me. It's a neat idea. It's just, I think, not tailored to my own sensibilities enough. And, it's not for me.
I get that. I personally like Daisy Cruiser a fair amount. I don't know if I'd say it's like my favorite Mario Kart track ever.
Yeah.
But I do think just the gimmick of having a racetrack and it's just all on a ship. I'm like, oh, that really does just do it for me. The layout's not super interesting. I like that you go through the dining room. I like that you go down through the, you can go down below deck. I just said it's not very interesting, but I think I just mean more like it's not like there's a whole ton of turns or anything. It is just kind of pretty straightforward, but it's cool what's there. Just like I said, I really like that you can like go down below decks. That's fun. That's not something you get a lot in Mario Kart, being able to go down to a lower level.
Right.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's fun.
I do think it's interesting that the princess of a desert kingdom, her inaugural Mario Kart track is one of the wettest in the game.
It don't get wetter than this.
Yeah, we go on, we moan about how Donkey Kong got stuck with 2 snow-based tracks, in kind of the mid-era of Mario Kart. But yeah, Daisy, they couldn't do a Super Mario Land style track. It's just like, no, we're gonna give her a yacht, and we're gonna give her a cruise ship or whatever. Whatever. She's rich. She's a princess. She's probably...
Yeah, I think it suits her enough.
Yeah. Waluigi Stadium, of course, is the sequel to Wario Stadium from Mario Kart 64. And it's I like the motocross style tracks. They're fun.
Yeah, I love Waluigi Stadium. It might be one of my favorite just Mario Kart tracks in general. I was so happy when it came back for Deluxe.
Yeah, I think I like Wario Stadium more because it's just long and you can like jump over the walls if you hit the right spot. And,
right.
But yeah, Waluigi Stadium, I'm glad they put it in there because I do like the spirit of the motocross tracks, and
I like the atmosphere of it.
Yeah. It adds this kind of, more like X Games style grit to Mario Kart, which otherwise can sometimes be a little sterile in presentation. Like Daisy Cruiser is a very sterile environment. Like not the pool water. You drink that, you'll have diarrhea for days, but sterile as far as just, like the walls and the like floors, and it just, yeah. But yeah, Waluigi Stadium, it's muddy and it's just filth, and I like filth, Dustin.
Yeah, it's good. It really makes you feel like you're just driving through the mud. And I love the music for it, too.
Yeah.
It really gets that energy up.
The Star Cup has some of my favorite tracks and some of my absolute least favorite tracks in the game. It's kind of a hard split down the middle here. We've got Sherbet Land, Mushroom City, Yoshi Circuit, and DK Mountain. Can you guess, Dustin, the 2 I like and the 2 I don't like?
I'm going to say the ones you like are DK Mountain. And I'm going to say Mushroom City. I was kind of debating between it and Sherbet Land, since I think opinions are mixed on Mushroom City, but are those the 2?
It's actually accurate. You nailed me dead to rights,
Whoa.
Dustin. So
no way.
Yeah, Mushroom City I don't like as much as Mushroom Bridge, but I do like the atmosphere of Mushroom City. Just because, this is predating New Donk City, right? But it's coming off of Big Ape City and Donkey Kong Land. And so the idea of here is a real urban epicenter in the Mushroom Kingdom. It was a novelty. It was something we hadn't really seen. And I really wish they would do more with the concept of Mushroom City. Because I like the design. I like how it is a Mario-fied cityscape. Like the closest I think we had seen up until this point was the Super Mario Brothers movie with Bob Hoskins, John Leguizamo, like just like Dino Hatton, which was obviously, not accurate to the games at all, but the idea that you can take a real cityscape and make it more suited to Mario was something I hadn't really seen in the games. So I really liked Mushroom City. It was kind of brutal to play at times, but I really liked just being in that environment. I thought it was really fun. Sherbet Land, I don't know what it is about Sherbet Land, Dustin. Not for me. And I always felt it weird that it reuses the name of the N64 track.
Right.
It creates this confusion later on when retro tracks are a thing, because it's just like, wait, which Sherbert Land is this? There's multiple Sherbert Lands.
Yeah. Maybe it is, maybe it's just the same Sherbert Land. Maybe it's just, in a different part of it.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It always felt like more, like, this is more of a winter sports complex than it is like an actual Arctic location or Antarctic location. Like, the one on the N64 had penguins sliding around. And don't get me wrong, that was frustrating as hell, those penguins, because you go through that cave, and then the penguins would just waddle out in front of you, and you'd smack into them, and then you'd spin out, and it's just like, oh, now everybody's passing me. But I don't know. I don't care for Sherbert Land, the ice skating Shy Guys, and just piss off. It's 0 to 2 for Sherbert Lands for me as far as Mario Kart goes.
Something I do like about this Sherbert Land is I like the color of the sky. I just like the evening, but it's snowing, so it's not like it's kind of illuminating the sky a little bit. I like that, but I think it kind of falls in the same area as desert tracks for me, where it's just very hard to make one that's unique and cool. Like, I can't think of any ice Mario Kart tracks where I'm like, oh, I love that one. Because it is just like, oh, I'm driving on the ice. Oh, I'm going under the ice into the water. Oh, I'm in an ice cave. It's rare for them to really venture outside of that, and it just gets boring.
I liked Frap Snowland in Mario Kart 64 because I just felt like similar to what you said about the sky here. I thought that was kind of enchanting in a kind of like winter night setting, and just completely.
It sets a nice atmosphere.
Completely in the wilderness, like just out in the elements. And as much as I moaned about it at the time, I do like DK Pass from Mario Kart DS. The idea that you're driving up a mountain road in wintertime, something I've had to do all my life, and it's just not something you see often in stuff like this. So I do like that, but I think the absolute bottom of the damn barrel as far as Double Dash tracks go, for me, it's Yoshi's Circuit. I hate Yoshi's Circuit. I hate Yoshi's Circuit. Yoshi's Circuit is absolute garbage tier in my esteem.
Wow. That's interesting, because I don't like it either. I don't know if I'm as harsh on it as you are, but it really falls into that same spot, what you brought up with Daisy Circuit, where you just have like awful luck on it every time. That's me on this stage. The stage itself, I think, is fine on its own. I don't have any problem with like the track itself, but just every time I play it, I never do well. I'm always getting hit by everything. It's just a bad time. And I can't blame it on the track, but just there's some cosmic force that says, oh, you're gonna play on Yoshi's Circuit, you're screwed. You are done. You are not winning this.
And for me, like, it's Yoshi's Circuit because they shaped the island that it's set on, the track, in the shape of Yoshi. And that's it. Like they did bring in the helicopter, that's like the helicopter transformation.
Right.
But other than that, there's really no connection to Yoshi other than we shaped a track like Yoshi. And that just feels lazy to me. Like, we complain about Donkey Kong having like tracks that have nothing really to do with Donkey Kong other than fan wanking a reason for them existing in like Mario Kart DS and Wii, but they did the same thing with Yoshi. Let's be honest. Let's be perfectly honest. Yoshi had a worse go of it for a longer time than Donkey Kong did. Like Yoshi's Circuit is just, oh, we shaped a track like Yoshi. It has nothing to do with Yoshi's Island. You could make the argument that this is like off the coast of Yoshi Island, but it's just nothing. It's just a lot of nothing. And it's just, for me, it's not a fun track, personally. other people's opinions may vary.
It's interesting how we didn't really get a Yoshi track that really suits Yoshi until, like, just this pass with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, the Yoshi's Island track.
Yeah.
That's like the first Yoshi track with that. It's like Yoshi's Island. I guess kind of like how DK, like, you have the track we'll be talking about in a little bit, but it really didn't feel like a track in Donkey Kong's actual jungle until the 3DS one.
And that's just because Retro co-developed that. Yeah.
Yeah,
like Yoshi Valley was even more egregious as having nothing to do with Yoshi in the original appearance in Mario Kart 64. Like Mario Kart 8 retconned it that it's a wild Yoshi sanctuary, which I thought was kind of brilliant.
That's fun.
Yeah, that's
I like that.
That's like our fan wanking, but the dev team of Mario Kart 8 did it. And I was like, that's brilliant. But yeah, Yoshi's Circuit, it's just, for me, like, it sticks out of my mind as I had the least amount of fun playing Double Dash on Yoshi's Circuit, because there wasn't even anything visually interesting going on for me. It was just a track. And yeah, it's got like the sea out there, and you know, you see a fun helicopter every now and again, and you can pull out that fun shortcut hopping over the water there, and yeah, but it's just meh.
Would you say part of it might be because so you're always playing as DK and Diddy,
yeah,
and so they're forced into the heavyweight cars. This track is like nothing but turns the whole track. Would you say that might have some bearing on it?
Oh, I think that has a lot to do with it.
Because you're not gonna do well.
No, and I never did well. I never did well in this track until like Mario Kart Tour, which, you know, it says a lot, but yeah.
To this day, I never do well. Like in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, anytime we pick this when the Idaho crew's playing it, it's just the same story, the same old song and dance I'm used to.
Yeah, I think I'm just permanently scarred by this track, and I just, like, even Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I'm like, not gonna do well, just because I have all of the bad memories to hold on to. But yeah, talking about the positives, in my opinion, of Star Cup, in the inner circle, I asked some of, the people in their thoughts about some Mario Kart Double Dash tracks, because, you know, I have my own biases, as do you, and I wanted to broaden the horizon beyond us or our live stream. And, L, said that Mushroom City was the first time as a gamer I was able to explore and feel like I'm in a city outside of N64 caliber graphics. And I got very enamored by that. Not novel by today's standards, but for kid me, Mushroom City may as well have been a real location. And yeah, I definitely can see that. And I think that's what appealed to young adult me playing it. I was just like, okay, this feels like a plausible place in the Mushroom Kingdom, which felt fresh at the time when so much of Mario's design fundamentals were just built around gameplay. To have like a location that could feel like a real location, as rudimentary as it was, and you know, by today's standards, 2003, it was a breath of fresh air, and it was fun to drive around in.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree with that.
As I discussed on the last episode, though, DK Mountain, the final track of the Star Cup, has really grown on me with the glow up it received in Mario Kart Tour, but especially in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, which we just got with Wave 6. It's so good. And at the time, Dustin, I didn't like DK Mountain all that much, because I felt like it was tonally, like not design-wise, but just visually a betrayal of Donkey Kong's inherent art style, the direction of Donkey Kong games. It just didn't mesh with Donkey Kong Country.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I look at that face on that volcano, and it is a little over the top. It is a little against what you'd expect from DK. But they did a great job of reinterpreting it into into being sculpted into the mountainside, in 8 Deluxe instead of just being like a face, just like a living volcano.
Yeah, I love it in 8 Deluxe. Absolutely. It might be my favorite track in the game now. Like DK Jungle, I think I like
so
a little bit more. But DK Mountain is, I think, one of the most fun tracks to play on. And yeah, I felt like, oh, there's eyes on all the trees and the clouds and the sun. And this isn't a Donkey Kong jungle. Blech. But compared to Yoshi's Circuit, we got something far more faithful to the spirit of Donkey Kong. Cause, it wasn't just, oh, here's Donkey Kong's track. It's shaped like a banana.
Here you go.
It was, you're barrel blasting up to an active volcano. It's ludicrous. And it's in the same bombastic spirit as Donkey Kong Country and the Kongs. So, in retrospect, I was harsh on it just because of its visual presentation, but fundamentally, it's the best track in the game.
Yeah, and like even though I did still like it at the time a lot. Despite I did agree with you that the art direction on it was a little much. But even at the time, I liked it just because it's just a fun course layout. The cannon blasts you up to the volcano, and then it's just a downhill drive down the mountain with so many twists and turns. It's just a lot of fun.
It's exhilarating at times.
Yeah, totally.
The Special Cup, the final 4 tracks in the game, they have some really good tracks in this Special Cup. I like a lot of these tracks. We got Wario Coliseum, Dino Jungle, Bowser's Castle, which is, you gotta have a Bowser's Castle in there somewhere, and Rainbow Road. And again, Rainbow Road is always the finale in a Mario Kart game. And, Wario Coliseum, this is what Cameron had to say about Wario Coliseum. Wario Coliseum is one of the most distinct tracks in the game, and it's weird they've never brought it back.
It sure is. I can't believe it hasn't been like one of the retro tracks in any of these games, considering how good it is.
How would you describe Wario Coliseum, Dustin, to somebody who's never played it?
It's crazy. It's very it's a lot. Like you constantly have spiraling turns, parts where you're just like turning for multiple seconds at a time. It's fun. It's just great. It's hard to describe. But it's just like a really fun track.
It feels like something out of a Mad Max movie, like Thunderdome. I don't know. Like it's just it's hard to find the words because it's got this like big dome and the track is just spiraling all about and you're in these tubes. I don't know. It's it's a lot of fun. I remember really liking it, although I remember being really stressed out when it would like pop up in the All Cup tour and I'd be like, oh god, Wario Coliseum. But
it's
like
this one
in isolation, when you don't have a lot of pressure riding on you. At least it was the first track of the Special Cup. So if you did poorly, you could always just quit and start again. It wasn't like you were losing any progress. I really like it. And it's odd that it hasn't been utilized as a retro track. I'm not sure why, considering, how high caliber it is as far as design goes. Dino Jungle.
Yeah, I hope someday it gets to come back.
Yeah. Dino Jungle, probably my second favorite track in the game. Go figure.
Oh, wow.
After DK Mountain. I honestly like Dino Jungle more back when I was playing Double Dash the first time around than DK Mountain. Like, I think it was my favorite track for the longest time, and it's since slid to second place after DK Mountain, since I've been able to reanalyze DK Mountain from a more healthy perspective. But the interesting thing about Dino Jungle, Dustin, is it's listed internally as a Diddy Kong track.
Oh,
It's interesting.
no way.
Like, I don't know.
That's so weird. It's so weird because there's nothing about it that inherently says Diddy Kong unless you make some connections yourself.
Well, yeah, it does share like music with DK Mountain. You can see DK Mountain in the background, and we will be circling back around to how interconnected some of these tracks are. But, you know, other than that, there is the theory that, you know, someone at Nintendo EAD decided that it you know, even if they weren't going to broadcast it or advertise it, it was kind of a little tip of the red Nintendo cap to Diddy Kong Racing and how the first world of Diddy Kong Racing was Dino Domain. And I almost said it like TT. I can't help myself. Dino Domain.
Dino Domain.
Just like John Lovitz just creeps into your mouth every time you start listing rare protagonists in duos. So there is that possibility. Like, I don't know if this would have been Donkey Kong Jr.'s home track internally when he was still in the game, because it just shares that link with DK Mountain or not. It might just be Kismet that it's, you know, kind of spiritually homaging Diddy Kong Racing. I don't know. But, I do really, really like Dino Jungle. As I said on the episode I did about Wave 6 of the Booster Course Pass with Cameron, it's a shame it wasn't brought back for the Booster Course Pass, because it is heavily prevalent in Mario Kart Tour. They had the assets ready to go, and it's just, like, I would have loved to have seen it. But, yeah, a lot of fun. A lot of fun for me. Dino Jungle.
Yeah, I like it. I like that there's a dinosaur in it.
It's always a good thing. I wonder how Yoshi and Birdo feel about this enormous dinosaur that completely dwarfs them.
They're like, cool.
Cool.
Wasn't satisfied with just us, huh?
Yeah. We're taking back our lands here. We're dinosaurs. We're back. A dinosaur story.
Oh, now we're talking. Now you're speaking my language.
Now I'm relating to Dustin, everyone. I've spun my chair.
We finally met in the middle.
I've spun my chair around, and I'm ready to rap with him on his level. just like the cool teacher teaching about Shakespeare. So, Bowser's Castle. It's a Bowser Castle track. I feel bad that I don't have more to say about this. This is embarrassing, but it's just, it's what you would expect. It's like got the S&M vibe to it. It's lava. You know,
yeah, I feel like if we were talking about this when the game came out, then I'd be more like, oh yeah, this is the best Bowser's Castle track of all. But we've just seen Bowser's Castle track so much at this point, it's hard to have much to say. It's a good enough track. I don't dislike Bowser's Castle, but you know, what can be said that hasn't been said about every other Bowser's Castle?
I feel like they keep upping the ante too. Like Mario Kart 8 had the big stone Bowser that would punch the track, and
that's fun.
Well, but they keep just increasing that level of over the top terror or implied terror in the Bowser's Castle tracks, where, as before, it's like, oh my god, there's a couple thwomps here. And
I
now,
hope I don't get hit by this thwomp.
Yeah, and now we've got just giant stone Goliaths, pounding you. And so, yeah, this is just, they up the ante from Mario Kart 64, but nowadays it seems quaint. So.
Yeah, it's not bad though. Like, if I'm playing this track, I'm still having a good enough time.
And speaking of something that's hard to judge because of just how much of it we've gotten in the years since, we come to Rainbow Road, this game's iteration.
Yeah, I feel like this one's gonna be exactly the same as Bowser's Castle.
Yeah, I remember hating it at the time because the Rainbow Road from Mario Kart 64 was such a special track to me. It really, it was unnecessarily long. It, had its guardrails all around the track, so there was very few times you could drive off. And it was kind of this amazing cool down, like final race where you're almost taking a victory lap or three. And you had just the really neat visuals of the neon signs of the characters, and the music was just so enchanting. So I feel like every time you remix that track, you lose a little something because it was so pitch perfect the first time around. And
yeah.
So I feel like every iteration of Rainbow Road, I do like what some later Rainbow Roads have done where they've explicitly taken it into space. Like in Wii, they just said, okay, this one actually takes place in outer space. And, so that does something a little bit different with it. But this one, it just, it felt like diminishing returns compared to the majesty of the N64 game. And I'm sure if this was your first Mario Kart game, like this is your Rainbow Road, but it wasn't my first Mario Kart game. So I walked into it with these expectations set so high, and this didn't really meet them.
Right.
Like there are good bits here, but it's also a lot more precarious than the N64 Rainbow Road. And so it's just a lot easier to fall off the track. And so it doesn't have that same feeling of, I've made it to the end. It's just like, oh my God, this is hard.
Yeah. Which makes sense too. That is a way to do a final track.
Actually,
but
that's how most people would make a final track.
Yeah, like, get rid of the edges. You want it to be like, okay, this is what you've been building up to. Now you gotta survive this. Good luck, idiot. Which is a totally legit way to do it. But if that's happening, my fun with the stage can only go so far.
It's really fraught when you're playing All Cup Tour, because Rainbow Road always comes last, no matter what. Because All Cup Tour is randomized, except for Luigi Circuit at the front and Rainbow Road at the end. And if you only have like a marginal point lead, or if you need to finish in first place on Rainbow Road to come in first place in the All Cup Tour, oh my God, you are just like white knuckling it. Yeah, it's the worst feeling.
That being said, you could look at it the other way too. Like, let's say you've come in first on every track up until now. The gap between you and second place is so big, there's no possible way they could catch up. Then it is kind of relieving to get to Rainbow Road and be like, it does not matter how badly I do here.
Yeah.
I'm winning this. I can just enjoy falling off over and over.
I'm gonna just overwork Lakitu. I'm just gonna piss him off by how many times he has to stick a hook in my mouth.
Yeah, snap your fingers over here, please.
Freezer has some opinions in the chat. She doesn't agree with our opinion about Yoshi's Circuit. She says she loves Yoshi's Circuit, but she says the 64 Bowser Castle is the only one I can imagine him living in. Yeah, that's a good point. This Mario Kart 64 Bowser Castle felt like a home, like a home for a weird dragon turtle, who's into spikes,
right? But
yeah, like some of these other Bowser Castles just, they feel like, and I always imagine all these Bowser Castles are in like the same complex. Like it's just like a series of castles in the same like lava estate in the dark world that Bowser resides in. But, so some of these Bowser Castles might just be like, that's my dungeon wing over there. And then this is where, I have my rumpus room.
So you're thinking all of these Bowser's Castle tracks take place in the same castle.
The same central estate, like the same lava field. But they're not like the same buildings. They're just like, over here we have this Bowser. It's all Bowser's Castle, but they're just separate buildings on the same like flow of lava.
Gotcha. See, the way I looked at it was, and this is a little harder to justify when you like bring back retro tracks. I the way I thought of it was just like home renovations. It's like over a few years, Bowser's like, you know what? I could really use a giant stone statue of myself that punches the track. I feel like I'm really into big stone statues these days.
He goes through like his home improvement stage where he's just like, ugh?
I need to change his scene. Yeah, he goes, ugh. That was a bad Tim Allen. I'm sorry.
I did it worse. Don't worry. I'm out of practice. Who does a Tim Allen impression anymore? Nobody.
That's true. Yeah. Nobody wants to be Tim Allen.
Right. It's not something we strive to emulate these days. So there are also battle courses in this game. Gotta be honest with you, Dustin. Not a fan of any of these.
I kind of like them. You know what? No, I like these battle tracks. I don't play them super often, but I like them.
Well, we'll have to agree to disagree. There's Cookie Land, which is a big cookie. It's like is it a Yoshi's Cookie environment?
Yeah, the cookies in the back are, I mean, you even see like literal Yoshi cookies.
So that's a nice callback, to something that didn't get brought up too often. There's Block City, there's the Nintendo GameCube, where you're just fighting on Nintendo GameCube. There's Pipe Plaza, which is like, it almost reminds me of like a basketball court, but it's just like this, walled off like asphalt thing, and there's pipes that you can like go into and come out of, and I guess shoot items into. And then there's two unlockable ones. Luigi's Mansion is unlockable if you win the 150cc Mushroom Cup. And then there's Tilt-A-Cart, which is unlocked by the winning the Mirror Flower Cup. And Tilt-A-Cart is a big 8-bit sprite of Mario.
Yeah. So I think the only one of these tracks I'm not a big fan of is Block City. That's where I'm like, I just don't really like the aesthetic that much. There's no real gimmick I really like. So all the others I'm at least fine with.
I haven't softened on any of the battle modes here, any of the tracks here, because I feel like, and this is just my personal opinion, I feel like the height of Mario Kart battle mode was Mario Kart 64, and maybe that's just because that was the Mario Kart game that I grew up on, that hit me at the right time in my life. But it also has Block Fort. Block Fort to me is the pinnacle of Mario Kart battle mode. It's never come close to Block Fort, in my opinion. Block City feels like they were going to try to make something as cool as Block Fort, and they just gave up. And they're like, whatever, put it in the game. We're done.
Whatever.
Game's got to ship the way it is. And I don't know.
It's just lunchtime.
It feels like they're all lacking something. And don't get me wrong. Other than Block Fort, Mario Kart 64's battle tracks also sucked. There's really nothing to them. But I think Block Fort just weighed it so heavily in its favor that there's nothing that's really come close since.
I get you.
Josh, from Off of the Geek Critique and in our live stream, said this in the inner circle. I did like the GameCube battle course. Similar to the DS one, those are always fun. And I guess it's fun. It's just a big flat plane though, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's the thing about it is the course itself is pretty basic, but just the gimmick of playing on a GameCube, that's fun. That's appealing.
Like, I don't know. I think Pipe Plaza is the only one I sort of like. Cookie Land I've come around on.
Pipe Plaza's fun.
Cookie Land I might have come around on a little bit, but Block City can go to hell.
I don't like Block City.
No, I don't want to have my...
I think Cookie Land and Pipe Plaza are my two favorites just because you can have a lot of fun kind of baiting the other players. Like Cookie Land, it's fun to like go around in the big loop at the end, but then, someone else will come around in the opposite direction to hit. That's fun. You can just mix it up a lot there. And then Pipe Plaza, that one's just a lot of fun, just like laying out traps in front of the pipes you can go in and come out of.
Yeah. Block City sounds like where a kid's having their birthday party and you're like, oh, I have to go to Block City for this damn birthday party.
We're going to Block City. Yeah, even just looking at it here, it's just like, oh, it's just like an uninteresting layout.
It's like they gave up. It's like they started designing something and then they just decided we don't have time and they didn't finish it.
Just put some blocks in there.
Yeah. But honestly, battle mode's never been the primary appeal of Mario Kart to me. So I'm okay if it's underbaked, and it's still better than the battle mode that came with Mario Kart 8, which was, it didn't. But, yeah, it just again, coming off of Block Fort, I was hoping for something that kind of matched it. And I think having something so similar in naming, you're like, ooh, Block City, is this going to be like Block Fort? Oh, it's just disappointing. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's too bad.
I'll tell you what I like about the overall tracks in Double Dash, though. I like the interconnectivity of how some of the tracks clearly take place in the same environment as other tracks. And we're going to list some examples here. So this is always fun. And I think this is the first time Mario Kart really embraced this notion of some of these tracks are connected to each other. So the Daisy Cruiser is visible, from the, it's out at sea in some of the tracks where you can see the ocean, like Peach Beach and Yoshi's Circuit. You look out, you see the Daisy Cruiser. That's fun. That makes sense though, that it's mobile. So it's out at sea. You might see it on the sea. Makes sense. Peach's Castle from Mario Circuit. You mentioned it might be like an amusement park recreation of it. Well, Peach's Castle from Mario Circuit can actually be seen from the Mushroom Bridge. Did you know that?
Oh my goodness, I did not know that.
Yeah. So maybe Mario Circuit is close to the Mushroom Bridge, but also close to the Mushroom Bridge is Mushroom City. Because the skyline of the Mushroom City is visible from Mushroom Bridge, and you can also see Mushroom City beneath Rainbow Road. That is the city that's underneath Rainbow Road. So Rainbow Road, this iteration of Rainbow Road, is right above Mushroom City. So when you fall off the track in All Cup Tour and you're cursing out loud, it's Mushroom City that you are about to splat on.
That wouldn't be the worst place to land, I think.
No, you at the very least you make a splashy death.
Yeah, that in front of a bunch of people in the city, everyone would get to see it.
You might get in a newspaper the next day. More than just an obituary, an actual story.
You got to look on the bright side of things.
Right. There's a lot of brightness in Mushroom City. It's a very, very bright city. And my favorite little story to tell about the tracks is that DK Mountain can be seen in the background. Not just Dino Jungle, Dustin, but also Baby Park.
That's a weird one to have connected. This little baby park next to a volcano.
That is weird, I will admit. But it opens up a delectable Fanon patch for me that I talked about last time as well when we were talking about Wave 6. Because this came up. DK Mountain came up. So, if you listen to every episode of the Kongversation, you have heard this before. If you're just tuning in for our Double Dash chat, then strap yourself in. You're in for a ride here that you've never felt before. So, I've worked out in my head that DK Mountain and Dino Jungle are sort of a Donkey Kong jungle section of Mario Land, the theme park that was established in Mario Party 2. in Mario Party 2, they founded Mario Land, but there is no Donkey Kong section at launch. Just like Super Nintendo World, they launched without the Donkey Kong section, and they were probably thinking, we'll add the Donkey Kong section later. So they did. And they added a Donkey Kong jungle to Mario Land to sort of celebrate the burgeoning friendship between Donkey Kong and Mario, the bridging of their two worlds. And so by the time we get to Double Dash, we have DK Mountain, which is the big, like, attraction in this Donkey Kong land, in Mario Land. And we have Dino Jungle, sort of the outskirts, if you will. And, you can see them from Baby Park. You can see, DK Mountain at least from Baby Park, but Dino Jungle has to be nearby. And because Baby Park is a theme park, it's like, well, that's plausibly in Mario Land. And, that would mean that every time we see a Donkey Kong jungle in one of these cameo games, one of these Mario games, that doesn't really fit with the aesthetic of Donkey Kong Islands, the Congo jungle, you could just say, oh, it's in Mario Land. It's just a recreation of the Congo jungle with this more like Mario-fied look to it, with like eyes on some of the trees and what have you. And that's my fanon, because you can see DK Mountain from Baby Park. And how about that?
What do you know about all of that? It just all comes together in a nice little bow.
You know,
I like that. I that's a good excuse for if something leans a little heavier into the Mario aesthetic.
No matter how many times Nintendo knocks over my breakfast plate, my toast always lands jam side up. Because there's always a loophole. There's always a loophole I can find where I'm like, wait a second, that doesn't invalidate anything.
Hold on now.
Because if you remember from this game, and we plug it into this game, suddenly everything makes sense.
Lest we forget Baby Park.
Lest we forget the lessons learned in Baby Park. And if you attach it to Mario Party 2, well, suddenly, there's been no contradiction whatsoever.
Obviously what they intended.
This is why if Dark Horse ever does like the Donkey Kong version of Hyrule Historia, they better bring me in as a consultant or just to write the damn thing, because honestly, nobody's gonna make a better job of keeping all of this making sense than me. Let's be honest.
That's true. We do call you the Mario expert.
No, I mean Donkey Kong though. Like,
oh, you mean if they do a Donkey Kong one? I was thinking. I guess just the idea of them ever just doing one dedicated to Donkey Kong is just so far removed from my mind. I was like, well, obviously Hyle's talking about the inevitable Mario one they're doing.
No, if they ever do like a dedicated lore book for Donkey Kong, snicker all you want. It's possible.
I'd love it. I'd totally love it. I'd love that more than most things.
I don't talk myself up much. I don't fluff myself for many things. 'Cause I'm a very average, unremarkable person otherwise. But when it comes to Donkey Kong lore, oh yeah, give me a call. Alright, well, I'm glad you enjoyed my little bit of a fan in there, Dustin. I was worried you would hate it and I would have red on my face.
No, it's my favorite.
Yeah. So, Double Dash, aesthetically, it obviously heavily pulls from the mainline Mario games of its era, the Nintendo GameCube. You know, Luigi's Mansion and Super Mario Sunshine are represented in choruses. Like, you can see Luigi's Mansion, the good mansion he gets at the end of the game, in the background of Luigi's Circuit, right? And,
right.
The good being the not haunted one, just to be clear. And, you saw them, represented in courses, visual aesthetics, and even characters, background characters, playable characters. Just, they were pulled primarily from those two big games. from 2001 and
Right.
2002. Yeah. So it's nothing dissimilar to how Mario Kart 64 pulled heavily from Super Mario 64. And Super Mario Kart was heavily inspired from Super Mario World. It's just what they do in Mario Kart games. And I love that now. I really do. But in 2003, coming when it did at the height of my anxiety about entering adulthood and mourning the passing of childhood, I really hated how Sunshine in particular was just encroaching upon Mario Kart, which is ludicrous because of course it would. Of course it would. But I hate it.
Of course they want to get the new stuff in there.
And as it should, because it's representative of that era of Mario. But I hated all of the damned, what are they? Not pinatas.
Piantas?
Piantas. I always want to say
Piantas.
pinatas because, of course,
You just got to switch a couple of the letters.
because Viva Pinata, I'm biased. I'm biased.
Right.
I have to bring up pinatas because they're DKU. But, and Nokis and all of these other characters that at the time I felt were unproven because they were brand new. They weren't iconic. They didn't deserve to be in Mario Kart. They hadn't earned it. They hadn't put in the miles.
What's Petey Piranha doing coming back over and over?
I like how it's very hhard to say Petey Piranha without popping your microphone.
Yeah.
Petey Piranha.
Yeah. Puh.
Yeah. It's a problem I had in the early days of the Kongversation before I got the windscreen for my mic. But yeah, I mean, that's a laughable take to have. But that's just the way I felt because, the biases of youth heavily persuade you. And the status quo of when you became a fan of something, up through maybe the first several years of being a fan, that becomes locked in at a certain point, and it becomes the only acceptable status quo until you finally learn to accept and embrace change. Because change is constant. Unless unless you're wise beyond your years, and then bravo to you, but some of us have to work for it.
Yeah, ooh, look at me. I just know how things work already.
So yeah, I really, really do like now how much Double Dash represents this very particular era of Mario. But, I was somebody who got into Nintendo and Mario when I was preschool age. Like playing, the NES, and the games were several years old at that point, like Super Mario Brothers and Super Mario Brothers 2. This was before Super Mario Brothers 3 came out, but, you had the Super Show on TV. And so my status quo, was like Super Mario Brothers through Super Mario World. That was my ideal window of what was acceptable for Mario as like the iconic, right? Like the elite of Mario. And I embraced Super Mario 64, I guess, a little bit due to the excitement of having this 3D console. But I was already kind of checked out of Mario at the time because I was all about Donkey Kong and Rare and the DKU. So for me, like the mainline Mario roster should have included Wart and Mouser and the Koopalings. The Koopalings, Dustin. The Koopalings were so important. And it's ironic.
Like that'll ever happen.
Yeah, it's ironic to me that I really hated Bowser Jr. being in this game because he was brand new, and I'm like, who's this kid? He's not Bowser's son. Bowser has
Get this guy out of here.
Bowser has 7 children plus however many he has in Mario Party games. This is weird to me that there's suddenly just a new child of Bowser, and we're just supposed to accept it. And then, of course, when the Koopalings did get into Mario Kart in Mario Kart 8, I hated that as well because it just, because I felt like that was a big reason several characters didn't end up making the cut, like Diddy and Birdo. And, it's like, oh, they spent all the time putting all 7 Koopalings in the game. This sucks.
I get that. Like, I get it when people bring up that reason for not liking that the Koopalings are there. But, you know, I like the Koopalings, and it is the first time having them in Mario Kart, so I was cool with it.
And of course, the Koopalings came back in Mario Kart 8 because of their renewed prominence from the new Super Mario Brothers game. So,
yeah,
like, everything has its time in the sun, and just because things evolve and change, it doesn't necessarily make it a bad thing, which is a lesson I had to learn with due time. It took me about a decade to get there, but eventually I got there, and I gained perspective on all of this. But I think it's cool to have these time capsules, right? Double Dash will forever be a time capsule of this post N64 early GameCube era for the franchise. And
yeah.
I enjoy it. And we have a little bit of the like early buyout era represented as well, because here's Diddy for the first time. We're feel free to use Diddy.
Is.
Yeah. So
yeah, it is something I appreciate more now than I did at the time, seeing like, oh, this Mario Kart came out around this time. And I think that is something that kind of upsets me about why they just ported Mario Kart 8 Deluxe over to the Switch instead of doing a new one, because now we are missing out on getting like Super Mario Odyssey based tracks. That would be really cool. I love Super Mario Odyssey so much. I mean, you know, nothing saying they can't do it for Mario Kart 9, but, you know, that's still pretty far removed from when Odyssey came out.
yeah, I mean, New Donk City would of course be a track you would expect to see as kind of like a city track, you know, but, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of glad, because Mario Kart 8 to me is the best Mario Kart game. Like, nostalgia blinders aside, I can view it as the Mario Kart game for the consoles that does it best. And so it's kind of nice to have all of our gripes about it resolved through this steady tick of boxes through 9.5 years up to getting Diddy and Funky and Pauline, you know, but yeah, it is weird that like we don't have a Mario Kart game representative of everything from the Switch era necessarily, you know? So
yeah, which is strange considering Super Mario Odyssey just has so many new locations that would make great Mario Kart tracks. I'm very surprised we didn't at least get one in the Booster Pass.
I mean, the Booster Course Pass is all based on tracks from Mario Kart Tour, mind you, so
right.
And Mario Kart Tour was, you know, it couldn't use tracks from Mario Kart 8. So you could like create a new track. Like, there are some new tracks like Yoshi's Island and
yeah,
Squeaky
I mean,
Clean
that's what I
Sprint.
mean.
Yeah. I think for me, like in my mind, like a Super Mario Odyssey track would have to be of a higher caliber almost, because they're just like of the Switch. And so, like, creating it for something that work on mobile maybe wouldn't work in my mind.
I could see that. I'm with you.
Yeah. But, you know, maybe it's going to be a while until we get a new big Mario game like Odyssey. Like, if Nintendo EPD is still working on a Donkey Kong game, assuming they haven't given it off to somebody else and we just don't know about it, you know, that could be like, oh, well, Mario Kart 9 can go back around to Odyssey because we haven't had, obviously we've had Wonder since then, but as far as like 3D Mario games go, you know, maybe Donkey Kong will kind of bridge that divide, and Mario Kart 9 can loop back around to Odyssey and Wonder and have some breathing room to honor them before moving on to the next thing.
Yeah.
Let's talk really quick though about the art style of the game, the aesthetics.
I'd love to.
Which we already touched upon a little bit when discussing DK Mountain, of course. Honestly, I don't know how I feel overall about how this game looks, because it is, as far as Mario Kart goes, I think the most overly bright. I've likened it to like a pastel art direction, and I don't know if that's accurate. Pastel implies like Easter colors. I think it's very bright, very primary colors, like contrast all the way up. in a way that I don't feel like Mario Kart was before. I mean, yes, it was, but there was also a little bit more variety in tones in maybe Mario Kart 64. Everything's so bright and cartoony in this game. And it works. It works in some cases, but I talked about how Daisy Cruiser felt sterile. And I'm wondering if the whole world almost feels sterile as a result of the art direction. Like, it's almost unreal how everything is styled and shaded. You're the art guy, Dustin. Tell me when I'm telling lies.
Okay. I mean, I can get where you're coming from. Personally, I feel like I used to be in the same, spot you were in, where I didn't really like how it looked, but I feel like nowadays, I actually like it. I think it gives the game a lot of, its own kind of personality. I just think about, like, the tracks in this game compared to, like, the tracks immediately following in Mario Kart Wii. Mario Kart Wii is fine and all, but I don't think there's, like, anything there visually that really wows me. Anything that really stands out. Here, I look at these tracks and I'm like, oh yeah, this is Mario Kart Double Dash. This has its own identity to it.
Yeah.
And I like that a lot. It is very strong. It is a very strong personality that might not resonate with everybody.
Yeah, I know people didn't like the weird mishmashing of polygons and 2D sprites that Mario Kart 64 utilized. And that's a different level of unreality, but I think for whatever reason, my brain just rejects this art style. It just can't sync with it. And I don't know what it is. I've talked about how, like, my brain registers unreality in games and it colors how I feel about a certain game. Like Mario Brothers 3. It's presented kind of like a stage play, right?
Right.
All the environments have this very, like, prop-like feel to them. And the game isn't saying, like, this is all just put upon, like, the title screen is portrayed like, oh, the curtain goes up and Mario and Luigi are putting on a show, but when you're actually playing the game, that's just more of a visual style. It's not like Super Mario Brothers 3 isn't really happening. This is just a pantomime we're putting on for everyone. But my brain can't help but notice the theatricality of it, the artificiality of the bushes and the background and it registers it somewhere deep in my subconscious. And then I'm like, Super Mario Brothers 3 is depressing me. Why is it depressing me? Because
Right.
I can't buy into the game world because it feels wrong to my brain. Whereas Super Mario Brothers 2 / Super Mario USA, it feels so real. Even though it takes place in a literal dream world, it feels tangible to me and it feels intoxicating and exciting. It's a place I want to roam around in. It's a place I want to adventure in. And so, I don't know, like this game kind of falls in the middle for me. It's overly aggressive, cartoony art style. I think I like the art direction now more than I did at the time. But
Right.
the thing I just can't ever fully accept is how nearly every tree, every cloud, and the sun all have those little beady eyes.
Yeah, that's not my favorite. Like, overall, I like how this game looks, but though I don't vibe with those.
And I know some people will say I'm a hypocrite because the DKU outside of Donkey Kong, like Rare and Playtonic, they've made it a trope of sticking googly eyes on everything. And, Diddy Kong Racing, you had those haystacks with googly eyes and, the buoys with faces. And it's just like, really? And you're complaining about this? But the difference I feel is in the moderation. Because yes, you might fly past some anthropomorphic objects in Diddy Kong Racing, but the rest of the landscape feels plausible. It feels real. It's a tropical beach. It is this like rolling countryside modeled after ye olde England. And I can buy into it and I can accept the little eccentric touches like that. Same thing, Spiral Mountain. Oh, here comes Topper. Here comes Collywobble. Here comes Ball. But it's still a real garden. It still feels like a landscape that I could romp about in, should I find myself there. And, I don't know, it's weird and charming then to have just googly eyes on some things. But when you do it to everything, then it just makes it feel weird and uncomfortable. And I recognize
everything's looking at you.
Everything's looking at you. You have no privacy. And I recognize they were trying to harken back to the style and the graphics of the Japanese Super Mario Bros. 2, i.e. the Lost levels, where that's really where they started putting faces on all the clouds and bushes and, trees and it just, like, that was what they went for there, and that's what they were going for here, like a reclamation of that kind of art style. But it's just not for me. And I fully realize this is down to personal preference and how your brain works. But that being said, now that I've said my piece, let me applaud where I feel like it deserves applause. Everything else, from the character models to the carts, I think they look fantastic for their era.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was just thinking about when looking at that picture of DK and Diddy on the character select screen. DK does kind of have some Muppet energy with that mouth, but I think overall it looks pretty good considering some of the less than flattering DK models we'd get in the Mario Kart series.
Here's the thing, Dustin. In my opinion, there's nothing wrong with having Muppet energy.
No, I love the Muppets. I would never have a problem with having Muppet energy. It's just, this is the most Muppety that DK's ever looked, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just noticeable.
Yeah. I'm fine with it. Give me a big floppy mouth any old day. Similar to Diddy Kong Racing, though, I love, and I don't know why this is. Maybe you can enlighten me. Maybe somebody in the live stream can enlighten me. I love how shiny everything is in this game. You notice that? Everything's shiny. Characters are shiny.
I don't mind it here. I feel like you have a lot of that same shine in Mario Kart Wii, where it bothers me more for some reason. Here, it doesn't bother me as much.
I think Mario Kart Wii, they overdid the kind of gleam everything has. But Diddy Kong Racing also utilized this, so much so that, like, I've said that does Diddy have like a metallic tinged hat like Marty McFly wears in 2015 and Back to the Future Part 2? Like, it just, everything has this gloss to it. And the characters and carts do as well here. But there's something about a character that looks like they've been oiled up, just greased, like for a vigorous 2-hour massage. It just gets me going. It just gets my engine revved up. I tells you what, I don't know what it is, but yeah, just slather a character up, make them wet, and put them in a cart, and I'm happy.
Slather them up, Daddy.
I don't know what it is.
You don't have to defend yourself. You can like whatever. You can like them slathered as much as you like.
Porygon Q, hello, in the live stream says, Double Dash looks great outside of the eyes on everything. Freezer says that the eyes were social commentary about the Bush era invasion of privacy. Oh, Patriot Act. Yeah, I can see that. It's 2003. That's right. So, let's talk though, Dustin. This is where things get divisive. We might all be able to agree to disagree about art direction and what have you, but the gameplay. Because
the gameplay.
The gameplay and how the game was balanced. And I spoke a little bit about, getting stuck with the giant banana when you're Donkey and Diddy. But at a certain point, Double Dash doesn't really feel like it's about racing anymore, is it?
It feels more like items.
Yeah, it's not so much racing like previous Mario Karts were. And yes, previous Mario Karts all had items in it. That's been a fundamental kink of Mario Kart gameplay. That's been part of the appeal. Same as Diddy Kong Racing, same as RC Pro-Am, predecessors and contemporaries of Mario Kart. But I feel like Double Dash started an era of Mario Kart that arguably went through DS and Wii, to different levels and extremes maybe, where items become the primary nucleus, the beating heart of Mario Kart, and the racing is just more incidental.
Right. It doesn't become about how good you are at racing after a while.
Right, like you can drift or power slide all the live long day. You can utilize shortcuts. You can do every trick in the book. And again, this is coming from the perspective of somebody who forced himself to play as Donkey and Diddy in the DK Jumbo, no matter what. So again, my perception is heavily skewed towards that weird idiosyncrasy, and I recognize that. But some people love this style of Mario Kart. The sheer unbridled chaos. Just, we don't know what's gonna happen. We're going in. We're gonna get just bombarded by shells, and it's gonna be a nightmare, but we're gonna all have a good laugh about it. You know who's a big fan of this game, Dustin? Do you want to guess?
Do I want to guess?
Do you want to guess who was a big fan of this game, Dustin?
Who was a big fan of this game, Hyle?
You're not going to guess? No, not you. You know whether or not you're a fan of this game. Throw out a name. See if you're right. How many
was
billion
it Hyle
people?
Russell?
No, I hated this game at the time. Yeah, out of the billions of people on Earth, who would you guess was a fan of this game?
Oh, man. Out of billions of people? That's such a big pool to guess from. Good Charlotte.
I don't know. I didn't ask them. Maybe they were. We know they liked Donkey Konga too, or at least they were paid to like it.
Yeah, they said they enjoyed it.
So this might be surprising. A surprising bit of behind the scenes trivia, but a group of people who played the hell out of Mario Kart Double Dash, ravenously so, enraptured by it. Rare.
Wow, really? I would not have guessed.
Rare apparently played the absolute hell, the dickens, out of Double Dash during the buyout era, which we define as being from like 2003 to 2010 thereabouts. So here's something I just learned. Did you know that the Rare Replay achievement titled Mechanical Sandwich, which you get for taking a snapshot in RC Pro-Am, it's an Xbox achievement called Mechanical Sandwich, got its name from the term that Rare used to describe the animatronic cutout piranha plants in Waluigi Stadium.
I had no idea. You couldn't pay me to know that. I love that, though. That's crazy.
I don't think this is known outside of Rare, but yeah, they call the animatronic piranha plant cutouts that like the metal piranha plants that like get pushed out and create like a blockage on the track. They called them mechanical sandwiches. That's just the term they used when playing the game at Rare. You know how you come up with like these dumb bullshitty names for things when you're playing with friends. we all do it.
DK Vine knows about making up names for things.
No, but we even do it when we play Sea of Thieves together, and it's just fun to have kind of that shared language amongst peers. But they call it mechanical sandwiches, and that's why there's a achievement in Rare Replay for RC Pro-Am called Mechanical Sandwich.
That's crazy. That did blow my mind. I had no idea.
I'm linking things left and right. Here's how Double Dash ties back to Rare and ties back to RC Pro-Am, which inspired Diddy Kong Racing, which, Diddy Kong's in this game. It all is part of the same puzzle. We just have to.
You really did your homework.
I just know who to talk to. So I really do think that the more frantic style of Mario Kart, as really innovated by Double Dash, is probably legitimately fun if you're playing as, one, a more capable group of characters, but also playing with friends. And this is the first Mario Kart game that I could not easily play with friends. This is when I became an adult. I was out of, high school, and none of my friends in real life had a GameCube. The only people I knew who had a GameCube were my internet friends, right? And so I didn't have anybody to play Mario Kart Double Dash with except my little lonesome. But in a group setting, in a college dorm or friend's bedroom or an office space like Rare, I could see the chaos being a little fun. I mean, I would probably still find it frustrating because I was Donkey and Diddy in the DK Jumbo. But if you weren't fully diseased in the headspace like I am, sure, it makes sense.
Sure, I could see that.
Now, Dustin, you recently played Double Dash with the Idaho crew. You streamed it.
Yes.
And what was that like coming back to it?
Boy, it's very hard to go back to the specific way this game feels after playing not just other Mario Karts, but just other racing games in general. Double Dash does not feel like those. It kind of is its own beast, which I like. I think that's fun. But boy, all of us just did awful when we played it. It's just so hard to get back into that space of being like, okay, I know how this game works. I know how to win this. I think the best any of us ever placed in any of those races was 4th place.
You can watch this stream. We archived it and put it on our YouTube channel. And out of all of the streams to archive, they probably didn't want this one preserved, but I did it.
Yeah, if you want to watch this very embarrassing stream, please feel free.
Mario Kart is one of the few franchises where I feel like the skills from game to game are not transferable. Every Mario Kart game is kind of like a fresh start, and even little things like the timing of the boost at the start, it resets, and you don't know how to time. I still can't really pull off a boost in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe because I'm primed for Mario Kart 64, and I'm like, wait, what's the timing here? Oh, I failed. I didn't do it. Okay, it's fine. So, if you want embarrassing, I recently did the Tour de Kong, which was my first time playing as Diddy and Funky in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I streamed it. I never once got a boost, at the starting line because I still don't know how, because I'm still in my head thinking it's done like it is in Mario Kart 64, which it clearly is not because I can't do it. So, I went into the holiday season of 2003 full of so much anticipation and excitement for Mario Kart Double Dash. It was this game I was feeling so good about, and it really was emblematic of how I was feeling about the buyout era a year into it. It's like, okay, Rare's doing okay, Grab by the Ghoulies. Critics were weird about it, but it was brilliant. And Diddy Kong's in Double Dash, and I love the concept, and it looks fun to play. And then Double Dash just broke me. I was shattered. I don't know if I've ever been so, just turned upside down by a game I was looking forward to and then just disappointed by. It wasn't a fun experience with how I was trying to play it. Donkey, Diddy, and the DK Jumbo. I rage quit so many times that I stopped getting any joy from it whatsoever. It just started like sapping happiness from me.
Jeez.
Yeah, I know. Dramatic much, am I? But like I said, this was also the point in my life where none of my friends had GameCubes in real life. I was the only one. I didn't have anybody to play it with. So I never got to appreciate the multiplayer and all the nuances that comes with playing against human players and not, rat fucking AI. It was single player only. And so for all of those reasons, Double Dash was the first DKU game I did not complete in its original release window. I had to walk away from it.
This was the first one, huh?
It ended me. It ended my streak that had been alive since Donkey Kong Country. I just couldn't bring myself to it. And I didn't come back to Double Dash for 7 years after that. Like a year longer than the gulf between Diddy Kong Racing and Double Dash. Because it was when Donkey Kong Country Returns was announced that it reignited my passion for the DKU. Just full stop, to the point where it's still burning today. And so I was like, I want to go back and try to complete everything I hadn't before. And with the wind of a new Donkey Kong Country game at my back, I was able to find the internal fortitude to just barely eke out what turned out to be complete and total dominance as the Kongs. Donkey and Diddy in the DK Jumbo, finally finishing the All Cup Tour, which is 16 tracks, 16 races back to back, every course in the game. And deciding that, even though I was able to do what I hadn't back in 2003, it was still a miserable experience. Like, I finally completed the game in 2010, and I documented this on the DK Vine forum at the time.
I remember when this happened.
It's part of the slush fund. I know, Josh from Off the Geek Critique, talked about it in one of his video for this game, but yeah, it just really solidified my opinion that this was the worst Mario Kart game, or at the very least, it was my least favorite Mario Kart game, to be a little bit more fair. And,
right.
In many ways it still is, because I feel like the style of Double Dash wrecked me. The way I wanted to appreciate Double Dash was not the way Double Dash wanted me to appreciate it. And we could never really find a middle ground, it and I. So we just had to...
Sometimes you just don't see eye to eye.
Sometimes it just doesn't work out, and you just have to end it, and...
It's no one's fault.
It wasn't until Mario Kart 7 that I feel like Mario Kart started coming back around to my style of playing, and to, kind of putting a greater degree of importance back on the racing and rebalancing the items. So yeah, they could still screw you up from time to time, but you can maybe come back from a spiny shell. You can recover. And now that we've had that game, and especially Mario Kart 8, and now that I really like Mario Kart 8 with the Booster Course Pass and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I can look back at Double Dash and just let bygones be bygones, I guess, and recognize what I really like about it, and just accept that there will be things I will never like about it. And that's okay. That's okay.
That's okay, Hyle. You're under no obligations to love Double Dash.
But what I will say in Double Dash's favor, before we move on to calls, because we have a few calls to take, is that what all Mario Kart games since Double Dash lack that Double Dash got absolutely correct the idea of a cooperative racing mode.
Yeah.
And that in some ways really elevates my esteem of Double Dash over, at the very least, Mario Kart DS and Mario Kart Wii. Because I would love for co-op racing to come back in Mario Kart. I want there to be a Double Dash mode available in Mario Kart games going forward, because I want to play as Donkey and Diddy, or Donkey and Funky, or Diddy and Funky, or maybe throw in Dixie, and we'll have Diddy and Dixie. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I would love that. And
you can team up all the Kongs.
Yeah, so, maybe I am getting softer on Double Dash now that I'm older, 20 years older, 10 years or 13 years older than I was when I completed it finally. And, the pain of trying to 100% complete it as Donkey and Diddy has lessened a little bit. So I can recognize the positive attributes for Double Dash, and I can respect those who feel like Double Dash is their Mario Kart. Same as Mario Kart 64 was my Mario Kart.
Right. Yeah, you're able to be in the same room with Mario Kart Double Dash now.
To be fair, Diddy Kong Racing was my Mario Kart, but that's neither here nor there. Like, that's yeah, I realize I'll lose some people there, but Dustin, we have a few calls to take, from, I assume, Double Dash devotees who wanted to get it, assuming I was going to tear into it. They wanted to get their calls in to defend their Mario Kart. We'll see what they have to say. Just a reminder for everyone that the DK Vine hotline is always open at 1-202-630-VINE. It's 8463. And while we obviously can't play every call we get, I try my best to get in as many as possible, especially when we announce that we're taking calls for a particular topic. So, yeah, feel free to call in. That's the number.
Man, I haven't called in a while. It's one of those things where I've just been on the show so much, I'm like, I can just talk about whatever I want.
I mean, to be fair, I think that's reasonable, Dustin. When you have one of the microphones on the podcast, you don't really need to call in.
Yeah, it's just fun. I like being able to be like, hey, how's it going, guys? I appreciate hearing whenever anyone calls in.
Oh, not me. It stresses me out leaving a message. I hate it.
Understand, if it wasn't for like-minded weirdo friends, I would hate it.
It's like playing Double Dash single player. It's just not fun at all. It's brutal. All right, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and play our first call.
Okay.
Hyle and Dustin, the Batman and Robin, the Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong of our times. It is your favorite caller, maybe in existence, Traveler of the Stars. I hope you two are just having a great day, a great life. Because you both are amazing. You're beyond praise. So let's get into it. Mario Kart Double Dash. Now, I actually did not grow up with this game, and I'm just going to jump right into it. I grew up with Mario Kart Wii, which, I think we all know its item balance kind of sucks. But here's what I want to ask, because this kind of condenses everything down, Hyle. Because I've never heard your opinion on this track, and I need to know. What do you think about Baby Park, conceptually? Or how do you like that as a track? Because I think people either love or hate Baby Park, it's a microcosm of how they feel about Mario Kart's, bullshittery, getting Mario Karted TM in general, right? Given what you said over the years, Hyle, I understand that you don't like how chaotic and bullshitty Mario Kart had gotten. Now, I think the epitome of this was Mario Kart Wii, when they gave you the Thundercloud item that literally hurt you when you got it. Remember that great item that never came back? Yeah, that was ass. That was just Donkey Kong. No, it wasn't Donkey Kong's ass, because Donkey Kong's ass is great. That was just ass. That was horrible. But for me, I kind of, like, on the one hand, like, I'm like, yeah, like that Mario Kart bullshit. It's a part of life, and I love it. So I also really like Baby Park, but I can understand why someone wouldn't. So, I don't know, you should talk about Baby Park for a bit. It's interesting also, like, the Mario fandom about the, like, eyes, Hyle fans eye rant. I feel like some Mario fans like all the eyes on things. For me, I don't necessarily care either way, to be honest with you. I grew up with Mario, kind of in the DS and Wii era when that wasn't a thing, the eyes everywhere, so I don't really care. But if they came back, I wouldn't really care either. Last thing, I know, you recently did a conversation on Wave 6 of Mario Kart 8, Booster Course Pass, and I said how, you go against Mario Kart sometimes for innovating. Well, Mario Kart Double Dash, it does innovate. It arguably is the most innovative one, with the character-specific items and the double cart mechanic, Obviously, that leads to its own thing if you're like Hyle, just do the banana all the time, but yeah, I like Mario Kart Double Dash. Great game. I love you guys. Goodbye.
Thank you for the call, Traveler of the Stars. Traveler of the Stars always knows how to stroke our egos when they call in. And I think timing the call that time, because it came in 6 seconds under the 3-minute mark. And
good job.
Good job. Yeah, I see you were kind of rushing yourself at the end there, but you got it all in. Bravo. So yeah, touched upon some of the points we've touched upon, but yeah, Baby Park, I think I've come around on it a little bit more than I used to. I think especially with its inclusion in Mario Kart 8, I think I like it a little bit more now than I used to. I at least understand its charms now that I'm not burdened with the Donkey Diddy combo and the DK Jumbo. Like I can actually maneuver well on it, and I'm not just getting bogged down, and I think it's fun for what it is. It's still not my favorite track, but I respect it enough that I'm not all that irritated by its presence.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds about right. I like it enough. We talked about it earlier. I think Baby Park has its place.
Yeah. And you're absolutely right, Traveler. Mario Kart Double Dash was the Mario Kart game that dared to innovate, and it feels bad that I've been so harsh towards it over the years, but, its innovation is something I do want to see come back. So it would be really great to plug in the Double Dash co-op or just characters teaming up in a more carefully balanced version of Mario Kart, like a Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. That would be the sweet spot.
I would love if like the next Mario Kart, they're like, you can choose to play either singles or doubles. If you want a more traditional Mario Kart experience, you can do that. Or if you want to have that Double Dash co-op, you can pick that, and that would be great. You could just choose, have the best of both worlds.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for the call, and I hope you...
Thank you.
I hope you appreciate the mention of Luigi with the big sausage from earlier. That was just for you.
No one else. You get to have that.
Let's go ahead and play our second call.
Hey, this is Jennifer, and I had a thought since Double Dash is the topic of conversation. If another Mario Kart brought the mechanic back, how would you want other Kongs to be paired up officially? Who would you want Funky Kong's partner to be? Who would you want Candy Kong's partner to be? Who would you want Cranky's partner, or Dixie's partner, or Kitty's partner, or Tiny, Lanky, Chunky, K. Rool? I'm going to keep listing characters because I don't want to leave any stone unturned. I don't know, Swanky Kong. Who would Swanky Kong's Double Dash partner be? I don't know, I just think it's an interesting thought experiment. And so yeah, I just figured that figured I'd call with that.
Thank you for the call, Jennifer. Well, I would pair Swanky Kong with the bloody burnt skid mark, that inevitably results from his death when Mario Karts are involved. No, like...
Man, they're like two peas in a pod.
Yeah, like, for one thing, I don't think we'll ever have that many Donkey Kong characters in a Mario Kart game. I think Dixie Kong is definitely in play now because she was in Mario Kart Tour. And I would love, I would be perfectly fine if Cranky Kong was there too, just because it's weird that he wasn't, if I'm honest, in Mario Kart Tour. So, if we had a grouping of characters, and again, that would be 5 Kongs, right? So if you had a Double Dash mode, like if Double Dash mode came back, like as a mode, I should say, if there was a Double Dash mode, I don't think we would have official pairings because that was just because Double Dash, the game, revolved around it. Yeah. So I think it would just be you can pair up whoever you want. But if we had to pair up characters, I think like Diddy and Dixie would be, of course, a pairing I gravitate to. But, Dixie and Kitty for sure, if Kitty was in, but Kitty won't be in a Mario Kart game. And yeah, like Donkey and Cranky, like father and son / grandfather and grandson, whatever.
Yeah. It's hard for me to go against having DK and Diddy together just because they are like the pairing I think of most. But if you're getting a lot of Kongs in there, I think that would be the way to do it. Like, Diddy and Dixie go better together than Dixie and, like, anyone else, unless Kitty was also there. Then that could be a runner-up. And then, DK and Cranky works as well. What would be one that would kind of sort of work if you squint a little bit? I could see Dixie and Funky just because of both's prominent roles in DKC3.
Yeah, and it
would be weird, but I would buy it.
And they did join Mario Kart Tour together, so there is kind of this linkage in Mario Kart with them as a duo. So yeah, you could see, and like Donkey Kong Land 3, Donkey and Diddy went off without Dixie, so if they did that here, Dixie was like, fine, I'll just partner with Funky. That way, if I have car problems, he can fix it on the go, and we'll win.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, I would be fine pairing, like, any Kongs together. Just give me Kongs, and I'm happy. And make sure they don't play horrendously.
I'll take anyone.
Yeah, make sure, like, you're not punished for wanting to play as the 2 Kongs together. Alright, well, thank you for the call, Jennifer. Let's take our 3rd call.
Hello, DK Vine. I think it was Hyle and Dustin y'all said you were going to be on. This time, I'm farting. This is Garth again. I think this is my 2nd call, and this time I'm actually calling on topic. Crazy. But Mario Kart Double Dash, pretty cool game. I'd say it's probably one of my favorite Mario Karts personally, either 2nd or 3rd. I could go either way depending on the day, but I had a lot of great courses. Yoshi's Circuit is a personal favorite of mine, but so far as it relates to the DKU, the big course I'd like to talk about is DK Mountain. I think this is probably the most iconic Donkey Kong course, at least in my humble opinion. This is one I see people talk about a lot. There's that classic Mario Kart Wii clip where I think someone's playing as Daisy or something. They just get completely nuked on that course, and that's always been a favorite of mine. Though I think one thing, as much as I love the course, one thing that kind of always bugged me is that, like, it has a very Mario aesthetic, if that makes sense, particularly the mountain. Like, I love that the mountain has a face. That's hilarious. But, like, I feel like they could have made it more Donkey Kong looking. But then again, considering the time it came out, I can't exactly say I'm shocked. But, I know they just remade it for Tour and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, but I would love if they brought it back later, if they kind of made it feel more like the other I don't remember the name of the Donkey Kong course that's in Mario Kart 8 now, but if they made it look more like that, I think that'd be pretty great. But, that's I gotta say on that. And of course, this is also the first, this is the first Mario Kart game with Diddy Kong in it. So that's cool. Well, actually, no. Correction. This is the second Mario Kart game with Diddy Kong in it. Because as we all know, Diddy Kong was in Mario Kart 64. So, I feel like a lot of times Double Dash gets to steal the thunder from 64 on that, which I don't think is fair. But, anyways, I know I'm probably kind of rambling, but, unlike last time, I don't exactly have a script. I'm just kind of talking about my thoughts. But, yeah. Oh, one other thing is, I know it's kind of the obvious thing, but, the main Double Dash mechanic, very, very, very common opinion, but they really should bring that back as a mode, especially because, I love that they have the double item box in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, but it always throws me off because I played so much Double Dash, I'm used to switching characters, and because of that, when you switch characters, you switch the items, which is very, very useful, for strategizing, and it drives me nuts because in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, sometimes I really want to switch the items, but I can't, because it's not Double Dash, and I can't switch my characters, and I can't switch the items.
And they got hit by the 3-minute limit. But thank you for the call, Garth. And, I was tugging my collar nervously when they mentioned that Yoshi Circuit was their favorite track. Ooh. That was the one I singled out as irredeemable in my eyes. But we all have our preferences. We're all finely tuned the way we are, and that's what makes it so interesting, right? When we compare notes, what, you like that one? That's interesting. Tell me why.
That's crazy.
Really? Wow, that's what makes the universe such a beautiful place. It would be boring if we were all the same.
That's true. That's so beautiful.
It's the spice of life, let me tell you. It's what gets me out of bed in the morning. So, yeah, DK Mountain, it's really grown in esteem for me. Like I said, especially now that I get past the aesthetics, because you're right, it has a very Mario aesthetic, but once you get past that, and I feel like they've hit just the perfect balance in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, where I love it now. I absolutely adore it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just a fun track, and it's great to have that while being unencumbered by all the, superficial stuff, like eyes on trees and the sun and what have you, and yeah. But
right,
yeah, everybody is saying, there needs to be a Double Dash mode in a future Mario Kart game. I'm glad this is actually a widespread opinion, and it's not just we needed to bury it in the backyard. I love Double Dash, but I hated the Double Dash team-up mechanic. That sucked. Because it's fun. It has its place.
Yeah, that was the big thing about it.
Yeah. But no, thank you for the call. You don't need a script. I understand the desire to plan out what you say, but look, we're just people. We're gonna be nice to you. We're not gonna I stumble upon my words all the time. I just did. I just said I stumbled upon my words. What does that mean?
I always feel like I'm stumbling on my words when I'm doing the Telling the Tale podcast with Mitchell Wolf.
Well, Mitchell is such an articulate fellow. He wears suits, and it's just intimidating.
Yeah, I'm over here. I didn't even brush my hair.
It's like, you've got a blazer, Mitchell, and I'm just in a Diddy Kong Racing t-shirt, and I'm going, That's the way I sound. You make me look like a clown.
Yeah, that's Hyle's own.
I still can't do. I'm not going to practice.
See, that's more like you're trying to be Donkey Kong in the '90s cameo games when he goes.
Yeah, which is just
that's my favorite.
It's just stock audio of a chimpanzee from Hollywood sound files that they pitched down a little bit. But yeah, I'm glad that the carburetor voice was not in this game, because it got a bit old, right? I'd rather have Grant Kirkhope.
Here's my thing. Grant Kirkhope is my favorite DK, but I do love the weird, bizarre sounds that come out of DK in this era as well.
Yeah, he just makes all sorts of noises, doesn't he? All right. Let's take our next call.
Hey, my name's Kyle. I've been listening to you guys regularly for a few months, but this is my first time calling in. I said we don't have much to say about Double Dash as I actually started with the next Mario Kart game DS. But something I've been wondering is, with how much you guys feel like are pro-only Kongs, I'm curious about something. Is there any lore reason why Donkey and Diddy never take any other partners in your universe? And also, if the game forced you to split them up, kind of like how Mario plus Rabbids forces you to always have Mario and one Rabbid character, what would your teams be? Bye.
Oh, well, this is a hard one. Thank you for the call. Kyle, I think you said.
Thank you.
Rhymed with my name for sure. Yeah, it's a tough one. So I think you're asking, like, if you had to pair, like, the Kongs up with Mario characters rather than, like, bringing in other Kongs.
That's interesting.
That's a hard one. Like, if I had to do it, yikes. Ouchie. I think it's also like a different question now than it was in 2003, because this was Diddy's second appearance in a Mario game outside, like what Garth said, the bus in Mario Kart 64. Thank you for being a true believer there. But this was only his second appearance in a Mario game, and so I feel like Diddy didn't know anybody. Like, logistically.
Yeah, this is his first time being brought to the party. Or one of them.
When you go to a party with somebody else and you don't know anybody, you just want to cling to that one person you know. Especially if you're an introvert, if you're shy, you don't want to mingle with strangers, or it takes you some time at least. And so I feel like Donkey and Diddy were just like the only logical pairing in Double Dash. 20 years later, I could see that, Diddy made some connections in the Mushroom Kingdom by now, and he could maybe go off on his own, as could Donkey. Like, I think they're pretty much an inseparable adventuring duo, but if push came to shove, I could see Donkey Kong teaming up with Mario.
They have a history together.
They're at a point where they're frenemies, but it leans more towards friend than it does enemy.
Yeah.
As far as Diddy goes, though, what do you think, Dustin? What's your opinion?
I mean, it's tough to not just default to, he'd be with Luigi because he's also the sidekick.
I don't think Diddy and Luigi would have good chemistry. I feel like I feel like they would look down upon each other because, like, I don't know, like, Diddy's like, you haven't done enough to get out of Mario's shadow, and Luigi would be like, I've done more than you have since Diddy Kong Racing, you fool. And,
ouch.
Yeah, I don't know why. I feel like Diddy might have some affinity with the likes of Yoshi, maybe.
I could see that.
It's like, Yoshi, I know you didn't get that many hero coins in DKC2, it's okay. I can teach you to be a better hero.
Yeah. Plus, he just likes riding on animals.
Right. So
Yoshi's a rideable animal.
A character,
I know what that is.
A character that you can hop on the back of. Diddy would be like, I'm sold. I've got an in with this
I know
guy.
exactly what to do here.
Yeah. Freezer says Wario because he was going
tough.
Freezer says Wario because he was going to be in the Rare DK game early in development. And, I did team up Donkey Kong with Wario and things like Mario Party 1, just because it felt like they had an in with each other. This is before we knew about, like, the one potential pitch Rare had for making Donkey Kong, like, the Wario game, but, like, it's like, we're both, like, antagonists of Mario. We don't really like Mario at this point. Let's team up. I don't think Donkey Kong and Wario really make a good team nowadays. I think they're more at odds now than they were back in 1999 or whatever, but I could see that, sure. Freezer also says Diddy would be like, wow, Yoshi, you were in the best platformer of 1995. I wish my game was as good as... I'm not going to stop reading that. That's just insulting.
Classic Freezer.
Freezer got me. Freezer made me say heresy out loud. Gonna get
oh my goodness.
struck down by the Lord of Games now. All right, we have one last call to take, and I think we're both circling the drain here. I feel about as spent as I have playing Special All Cup Tour. I feel like I'm on Rainbow Road. I feel like my hands are trembling. I've got to get to the end.
We're right there. We're right at the end.
So we have a fifth and final call, and then we'll say our piece about Mario Kart Double Dash.
Hi, it's Chronax. I'm calling in about Mario Kart Double Dash. I still like the quality of the game. I know that it's very divisive. Basically, I just think it's the best one or the worst one. I don't feel comfortable wading into that discussion, so I just want to talk about what Double Dash did for DK cameo games in general. Namely, I think it's like the last game where new characters in the sort of Mario spin-off universe either got created or like taken out of obscurity. Like during the N64 era, I think we saw a lot of this. You know, we saw like Waluigi created, obviously. Daisy and Birdo were both taken out of relative obscurity because they needed like counterparts for Peach and Daisy, and like I think it was Mario Tennis at first. I don't have everything in front of me. And I think Double Dash continues this trend. That's like the last time we see it. We see Toadette created as like a counterpart for Toad, and Diddy Kong obviously was sort of replaced Donkey Kong Jr. within development after the Rare buyout. And afterwards, I don't think we don't really see the same thing happening. Like we do see like new mainstays to add, like Rosalina. These are like from the new mainline Mario games, rather than being created specifically for the spin-offs or being some old character that was brought back to be a counterpart to some other character. So I don't really have a question, but I do think that that's interesting, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you for the call. It is interesting. It kind of brings up a nice counterpoint to Diddy Kong Racing, where Diddy Kong Racing had an entirely new cast, except for Diddy Kong.
Yeah.
Like none of those characters had been in anything up until that point. Like the closest was Crunch, because he was a Kremling, but he was still a Kremling we had never seen before. So, you know, Diddy Kong Racing had like one established character, and otherwise everyone else was new. And yet that worked just fine. Like, I think maybe nowadays younger gamers who weren't around for Diddy Kong Racing look back on it like, that's weird. Like, that's weird that it just wasn't Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong and Dixie Kong and K. Rool. And maybe you could have thrown in Banjo and Conker, sure. But, you know, a lot of people don't understand the development of Diddy Kong Racing, why it's structured the way it is, because it wasn't going to be a Diddy Kong game. It was going to be its own unique IP headlined by Timber, and, circumstances changed and Nintendo needed a surefire hit for the holiday season after Banjo-Kazooie was delayed. Put Diddy Kong in, and it worked like gangbusters. But, I think like with Mario Kart, there's this expectation that we are going to have an assortment of characters we know. And that's why Toadette was kind of divisive at the time, was she was a new character. But I think you can do it. I do think it is possible, and it would be fun to have like, here's a brand new character for the very first time in a Mario Kart game. We haven't really seen this since Double Dash. I think that would be, have a certain charm and appeal to it.
No, I totally agree. I think about how Crash Team Racing brought in a new character. Like, it's mainly, I think for a game like Mario Kart or Crash even, I like when most of the cast are like, oh, I finally get to play as this character I have a connection with. But I also like when they bring in like one or two new characters to add to that cast. That's very fun. It's kind of a balancing act.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, there's an appeal to both. It's It's funny how I don't really have that problem with Diddy Kong Racing. Like, when it came out, I wasn't like, who are all these losers? I want to play as my favorite Donkey Kong characters. I was just like, oh, look at all these wonderful new rare creations I automatically love.
Yeah, I can't wait to whine about the stopwatch not being in a pirate game for years and years and years. Donkey Kong Barrel Blast / Jet Race is another good example. They had to basically create an entire cast of Kremlings to serve as the antagonist for the Kongs, with the way that game is structured. And so they gave us Kip and Cass and Calypso, and they're all, like, everybody just immediately embraced them. They're like, yes, this is more of this.
I think part of it is also because it's balanced out with all the returning characters. You have all the Kongs you want to see, so you get to have your cake and eat it too, where, yeah, I get to play as these characters I know and love, but also I get to introduce new characters to that cast that I love. It's great.
Yeah, I think, like, it's one of the stumbling blocks we have with Retro's Donkey Kong Country games is there's not enough returning characters. We don't have a problem with new characters, but I think somebody like Professor Chops would be viewed more favorably by me if, you know, we had more, like, animal buddies in it, and maybe, like, Wrinkly's Ghost or something. Swanky, throw Swanky in there, like... And you're right, it's a balancing act.
Yeah, it's kind of like I was talking about with the cast of Double Dash. I mean, Double Dash doesn't... Well, it brings in Toadette. That's a new character. That's great. But, like, it doesn't feel like anyone's missing from Double Dash's roster. With the retro DK games, they're great, but you're still like, well, where's On Guard? Where are the other animal buddies? It's only Rambi that's here. I love Rambi, but it just feels like something's missing. It just goes down a lot smoother when you have more to latch onto, and then you can embrace the new stuff brought in. It's great.
So yeah, to answer your question, absolutely. I guess it wasn't a question, it was more of an observation, but to concur with your observation, absolutely. Let's have a new character or two in Mario Kart, so long as it doesn't, you know, keep us from having Diddy in the game at launch. So
exactly.
Yeah. All right, Dustin. Woo boy. Oh boy.
Oh man, it's been a long one.
Double your pleasure, double your fun.
I didn't think we'd talk this long about Mario Kart Double Dash.
I thought it'd be like a 2-hour episode, so of course we had to double that.
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
It has to fit in with the theme.
You know, I've been hard on Double Dash over the years. But have I been too hard on it? And I think, oh yeah. I definitely have been too hard on it. I haven't been seeing it from all angles, for sure. I have been blinded by my torments from Donkey and Diddy in the DK Jumbo. You know, with the memes about the Smash Brothers purists who are like, you know, Fox only, you know, whatever, Final Destination, et cetera, et cetera. I did the opposite route. I did the absolute worst way to play Double Dash by all metrics and standards. And I persevered, and I did it eventually, but I recognize that my criticisms are not universal because of how insular and weird they are. Some of them are applicable, like just the general item balance in the game, but I think a lot of my initial strife with the game from 2003 was merely a reflection of me just becoming an adult and the anxiety therein. So 20 years later, as I now grapple with the notions of aging, I can look back and see I was being silly about a lot of it, a lot of the superficial aspects of the game. You know, even if I still have issues with it, and it will never be my favorite Mario Kart game.
Right. You can at least appreciate the things that you think it does well.
Yes. And what it does well is the concept. And I agree with our callers who want a Double Dash mode in the next Mario Kart game. That's my biggest want in the next Mario Kart game, other than having Diddy and Funky being in the base game from the start and not making us wait 9.5 years. Cause I can't do it again, Dustin. I don't have it in me to do it again.
Oh, I'm right there with you, Hyle. I could barely do it the first time.
So if this is your favorite Mario Kart game, I completely understand. I get it. just because it was a disappointment for me, it doesn't mean that I can actually argue that it is the worst one. It all comes down to preference, really. And, like, bring back Double Dash mode, like, let's have ideas from this game incorporated in Mario Kart going forward.
Yeah.
I'm all for it. I'm all for embracing it. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready for the Double Dash renaissance, baby.
Yeah, Double Dash mode in a more balanced Mario Kart 8-esque game. I'm all for it.
But I realize I've also come to this enlightenment, secure in my knowledge that I will never need to do the All Cup tour 4 times over again with just Donkey and just Diddy in the DK Jumbo, because that was rough. And I'm past that. I'm over that hurdle.
Oh,
but
I'm so glad.
As bad as that was, Dustin, I have to be honest with you. That torture pales in comparison to Gorilla Duet mode in Donkey Konga 2.
Oh.
So, thankfully, the realization I've had since doing my slush fun for Double Dash is that there is always a worse mode with Donkey Kong in it waiting for me in the future to make past games seem just a little rosier. I just hope we can get to it before we have to do Donkey Konga 2 Spotlight episode.
1, 2, 3, 4. Play more?
This has been a File 2 production.
Que rico.